Welcome to Hack the Machine Unmanned.
Andre, audio.
It's not me.
Volume. We turn.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Did you shut this?
Hey, good morning from San Diego. We're having some audio problems out here. I think the machine is being hacked. So I hope it's a great day, and I can't wait to see what the submissions bring us. Back to Nicole and Zach.
But Andre, you turned the volume down.
It's not us.
No, we were just getting the program.
No, we turned the music down.
No, she put it back up again.
You did? Okay.
She did.
Yes, I'm saying.
All right. I don't know what just happened there, but that's fine. We ran.
Hey everybody, my name is Michael Moffus. I'm part of the team here at Hack the Machine Unmanned. With me I have Captain Small from PEO USC. It's my first Hack the Machine and it's his first Hack the Machine, so I figured we'd sit down for a little conversation and go over why Hack the Machine. Captain Small, can you give us a little bit more about yourself and why you got involved this year?
Great, yeah, thanks. So I'm Captain Pete Small, as mentioned. I'm the program manager of Unmanned Maritime Systems in PEO Unmanned and Small Combatants. And in that PEO, we're developing a portfolio of unmanned undersea and unmanned surface vessels in response to the Navy's maritime strategy to develop a future hybrid fleet. And so we are executing a number of large prototyping programs, including large vehicles like Orca Extra Large UUV, large USV, medium USV, and a fleet of prototyping efforts. In coordination with that, though, we're moving towards developing autonomy as a capability, our combat system, if you will. And in regards to that, we need all the best and brightest ideas to develop, to manage data, to do modeling and simulation, command and control, and autonomy development. So we really need the best and brightest, both ideas and minds, to help us both develop the technical solutions, but develop the strategy about how we're going to acquire those systems on behalf of the Navy and then deploy them to the fleet for widespread use by Navy sailors. So we really need a lot of help in this effort, and it's a big effort.
Which is a really cool thing about Hack the Machine, because what it does is basically gives all these military problems, and you're able to kind of expose it to a community larger than just the military. You get people from innovation, academia, parts of industry that otherwise wouldn't normally be engaged. Give them this problem set that is kind of very hand in hand with what the Navy wants to achieve. Get as many minds in the room as possible to actually find the actionable solutions to a lot of these issues.
Yeah, it's really great. And as I mentioned, some of the results can help those technical solutions, but also really shape the acquisition strategies that we're going to go after for developing autonomy code, which is really important, and to write requirements for things like cybersecurity, which is essential to having safe and reliable unmanned systems to go do what the Navy needs to do.
Awesome. Is there any unmanned system that you find particularly fascinating that you want to touch on that the public might not know too much about?
Well, they're all fascinating, and there's certainly some significant technical challenges that we're going after, but one of the highlights of my tour is in developing unmanned surface vessel prototypes. I am a submariner by background, and I've had the great opportunity to both drive in a manned sense some of these larger ships at the helm, but I've also had the great opportunity to be on board when they're in autonomy. So it's really great to be on board a surface ship in autonomy mode, hands off the wheel, and watch it reacting and responding to the inputs around it. So it's really been a fun job.
That's awesome. Is there anything you want to let the crowd at home know before we get back to the games?
Just stay tuned. There's a lot of great work to be done for unmanned systems going forward in the Navy, and there's going to be great jobs, and we need all the best help we can get.
Awesome. Thanks, everybody.
All right, everyone. It is time for the track updates. So we are going to start today with track 1, like usual, and we've got Anthony back out here. How you doing this morning, my man?
Doing good. I'm doing good today. How are you guys doing?
I'm all right.
Oh, yeah. I really want to know what's happening with those bug bounties.
Yeah, so how many bugs do we have so far?
Oh, man. So we have about 34 bug submissions in total. People were sending submissions all throughout the night. There were about 9 submissions came in out the night after about 6 to 7 p.m. Eastern time. So,
So were you up all night?
Oh, no. I went ahead and put my phone on Do Not Disturb. I had to get some rest. They were going crazy over there.
All right, so with all those bugs coming in, we've got to have a leaderboard, right?
Oh, yeah, we do have a leaderboard, which we pushed that out yesterday before I went to bed. As you can see here, we did have a joke that went out because people were just dying to see a leaderboard as soon as they were putting in submissions. And then we even started getting some memes in. We had some trolls on that Slack channel, I'll tell you, Zach. It's crazy. So then they put another one. But
then we got a real leaderboard.
This is the official leaderboard as it is. This is referring to the first 25 bugs that were submitted. So we're still validating and getting those pushed up. So we will have a new leaderboard up soon. But as you can see here, we have a Conduct Unbecoming in first place with 2925 points.
So you've got 2 numbers there. You've got 2,925 and then about 4,500. What's that?
So yeah. So in the parentheses, you see, like up here with the first place, 4,425 points. That's how many conditional points.
Okay.
And then we have 2,925 points. That's how many they have verified.
So just explain conditional and verified for me. What does it mean?
Right. So conditional, everybody gets conditional points, whether it's a low bug all the way up to a critical. And then once it goes through the validation process with us, HackerOne, and the team out there at Black Swift, then they'll get the official verified points, which is what you see here in the red.
So we've got 3 people checking these to make sure that this isn't a item of concern that Black Swift is going to go fix.
Right, and we do that because, I mean, when you put the point system in here, everybody thinks their bug is critical. So we have to go back and double back and make sure everything is critical.
I know everything I do is critical. How about you?
Everything I do is critical.
You know what we both know?
What?
Everything Nicole does is critical.
Yes, Nicole is, yes.
Well, all right. So I understand the criticality, and I think this looks amazing. People can still get on the board, right? Like if you guys still have things to verify and confirm, right? So there's people. This could change.
Oh yeah, this is going to change throughout the day, and then also people will be able to submit submissions up until 11:39 p.m. tonight, and that's going to be Eastern time. Okay, so again, that's going to be 11:59. I misspoke.
Yeah.
That's going to be 11:59 p.m. Eastern. Okay, so get y'all submissions in.
So at midnight tonight, that's when you go to work.
Oh yeah, that's
so you really did need to sleep.
That's why
you're up all night tonight.
Tonight will be a long night for me and Javad.
All right, that's awesome. Well, listen, thank you so much. As always, we can't wait to see how Track 1 pans out.
Of course,
all right.
thank you. See you
bet,
guys
man.
later.
We'll see you.
Thanks, Anthony. All right, excellent. Now that we know all the excitement happening with Track 1, let's go find out what's going on at Track 2.
Good morning
Hey,
from
Joe,
Track
how's
2.
the audio now? Good.
Hey
Hey,
guys,
we hear you.
good
We
morning
hear
from
you.
Track 2.
You're on.
Boy, has time flown by. I can't believe it's already submission day for us. Throughout the week, we've talked about my program office, PMW 130, but I thought it might be worth elevating it up one level to our executive office, PEO C4I, the Navy's Program Executive Office for Command, Control, Communications, Computers, and Intelligence. PEO C4I is committed to the development and acquisition of communication and technology tools that deliver affordable, necessary, integrated, and interoperable information warfare capabilities to the fleet. PEO C4I is made up of 10 program offices, which includes PMW 120, our Battle Space Awareness and Information Operations Program Office, PMW 130, Information Assurance and Cybersecurity, PMW 150, Command and Control, PMW 160, Tactical Networks, PMW 170, Communications and GPS Navigation, PMW 740, International C4I Integration, PMW 750, Carrier and Air Integration, PMW 760, Ship Integration, PMW 770, Undersea Integration, and PMW 790, Shore and Expeditionary Integration. To those out there from the PEO C4I community, hello, and I hope you've been enjoying Hacking Machine so far. I'd also highly encourage you to consider being a sponsor for a future Hack the Machine track. These are a lot of fun. Reflecting on the past few days and the submissions so far, I'm excited by the diversity of thought from the participants and can't wait to see the final results. Joe, why don't you give everyone an update on the game and a rundown on the path to submission?
Sure thing, Mike. And good morning, Hack the Machine. It feels like we were just saying go 10 minutes ago, and now we're about 6 hours from submission. Thank you to the participants for the rich conversation in Slack and the submissions to Challenge 1 that have come in so far. As a reminder, there are 3 components to Track 2. Challenge 1 is to build a benign and malware classifier. Docker submissions are now being accepted, and we highly recommend you submit an image as soon as possible to work through the process. Your final Docker image submission will be your official score, so you can submit multiple times. Our team of talented data scientists are in the Slack channel to provide you with any assistance needed. Track 2 is to optimize a classifier. Expanding on Challenge 1, we want the participants to think about containerizing their classifier for deployment to the edge. In the Navy, artificial intelligence and machine learning needs to move beyond the cloud and operate at the edge. The edge could be an aircraft carrier, submarine, drone, or an unmanned platform. The challenge becomes, how do you package only the necessary components, maintain the highest possible F1 score, and provide inference at the edge? Challenge 3 is to communicate your results to leaders and peers. Participants are being asked to provide a few slides that explain and visualize their exploratory data analysis and models. Additionally, there is space to discuss the novelty of your approach. This evening, we have 3 subject matter experts who will score Challenge 3. I'm pleased to announce that Mr. Grant Kluzak, NavWar's Data Director, Dr. Dale Russell, ComNav SurfPAC's Human Factors Engineer, and Mr. Aaron Sant-Miller, Cyber AI Chief Technologist at Booz Allen, are eagerly awaiting your submissions. And Zach, I can hear you all the way across the country. ComNav SurfPAC stands for Commander Naval Surface Force. All 3 challenges are due at 1700 Eastern Standard Time. Challenge 1 and 2 require Docker image submissions for scoring. Challenge 3 requires a PowerPoint submission to the Git repos made available this morning. And don't forget to also load your code to the Git repo for challenges 1 and 2. If you are a participant, please don't forget that there's a team of data scientists on the Slack channel to help make sure you get everything submitted and across the finish line. Thank you again to all the participants. We look forward to evaluating your great work and being back here live tomorrow morning to announce a winner. Now let's hand it back to the East Coast.
That was so exciting. Oh, not me. Maybe not me. Yeah, over there. Yeah, that was so exciting. I'm so excited for you guys. Great. Oh, Zach, every time we run Hack the Machine, I am always so impressed with how far and how fast the contestants, hack the system, the target system in track 1, and how they solved for the data science outcomes in track 2.
Yeah.
And the velocity is really reflective of how fast digital capabilities can be developed.
Absolutely, yeah. Totally agree on the velocity. And Joe, appreciate you as a career surface warfare officer actually saying what SurfPAC stands for, so thank you for that one. But I'm eager to hear what's going on in track 3.
Absolutely.
So welcome, Stacy, and you brought a friend.
Yes, I did. It's great to be back, guys.
Good.
Today I've brought Mark Evans with me. He's one of our lead engineers on track 3 game Top Model.
All right, Mark. Well, I'm just joking about, you and I have done this a couple of times now, so this is not your first Hack the Machine. Your first one was?
My first Hack the Machine was 2019 in New York.
In New York, awesome. And what were you doing then?
I was the lead engineer for track 2, for the data science track.
That's right, that's right. And remind me about that problem.
So that was predictive maintenance on F-18s.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Nicole, one of the things that we talked about that makes Hack the Machine kind of special is that you have these major acquisition commands, Naval Sea Systems Command, NavWar, where Joe and the organization that Mike Carbon just
Information
described,
Warfare Systems Command.
and NavAir,
yeah,
which is all of Naval Aviation's acquisition command. And in New York, NavAir was a sponsor, and we actually took actual F-18 maintenance data, and Mark and the team queued that up for a public track so people could use AI to find anomalies in maintenance data to try and predict corrosion, if I recall.
Nice.
Yes, that was correct.
That's pretty cool. So you set up several problems for us here at Hack the Machine, but you've done this other places as well, too, right?
That's correct, in Vegas at DEF CON. Right, so we set up in the Hack the Sea Village a cyber physical test bed to let people come hack on that.
So that's at DEF CON, the big hacker convention in Vegas. You're setting up what in the Hack the Sea Village, a maritime system for people to hack.
Correct.
And that's more of a commercial interest and like that.
That is correct.
That's amazing. I mean, we've talked about the community too.
Yeah.
Right, and it's the Navy, it's the Marine Corps at Hack the Machine.
Yeah.
But then you've got all of commercial shipping who's just as interested in maritime cybersecurity as well, and this maritime digital community.
Yeah, well, that's one thing I learned yesterday. The maritime community is not disconnected. Doesn't matter where you are. If you're in the water, we're all together.
All of global trade.
Absolutely.
I know we've seen these shipping backups now, like in our lives, over the last few months, and you just realize how interconnected this global transportation system is.
Absolutely.
And how important maritime cyber is, and markets.
Oh yes, every year we're there.
So, Mark, this is not new to you. I mean, you've done this kind of thing before. So, what's unique about working on Unmanned for you this year?
So this year, the main difference is not only from the start, but it really felt this year was designing a video game.
Oh, okay. That's unique. Okay.
Yeah, I totally agree, Mark. It's a lot like designing a video game. The complexity of the UI, UX factors are a big deal. And we had so much happen last night and yesterday behind the scenes. Participants were up late turning in all of their approach documents. And like we mentioned before, over the course of this competition, the participants have had a wide variety of methods to choose from. And we're really starting to see the creativity come through already. The neat thing is that they're from vastly different backgrounds, and they're coming up with excellent submissions and proposing interesting approaches, like the graph neural network. So a graph neural network lets you do machine learning on graph data. It's an excellent representation of assets in a wide area search. We even had a competitor that's working with SIMDES, right? You've been working in the office hours.
Correct. Yeah, those office hours have been great. We've had a lot of great discussions. The people who have been using SIMDES have done it professionally and personally too.
You know, I've been around the DoD for a while, and I gotta tell you, user interface and experience is often overlooked when it comes to our technical solutions and data outcomes. But it really does seem like in this situation, you guys are making that part of the delivery. You know, it's gotta be usable for anyone who has to interact with it as well as functional.
Absolutely, Nicole. So today is all about reviewing what documents they submitted last night and giving our judges a chance to ask any follow-up questions that they have before we select our semifinalists. Tonight, we're going to be hosting another virtual social hour.
So wait a minute. So Anthony gets up here and tells me that his guys are working hard overnight, posting memes and sending submissions, and you guys are just kind of getting together for happy hour every night today?
Totally. It's a virtual BYOB, Zach.
No, but people had to get their approach documents in last night at midnight.
You got it.
All right.
Okay. Tonight's more of a celebration.
Cool.
Check out the link in the Slack channel if you want to join in on the fun. And remember to tune in tomorrow's live show and find out which teams are actually moving on to the next stages of our competition. The stakes are really high on this, and our teams are competing for a total of $30,000. And we're working really hard to get some informative outcomes that the Navy can use, which means Mark and I need to get back to work.
All right, absolutely. Well, thank you both for coming out and giving us the scoop.
No problem. See you guys. Hey, Nicole, in addition to the 3 tracks, we've been getting updates from Dr. Burke.
Yes.
Pretty regularly on the X1 workshop. But today we've invited one of the workshop participants to give us some insight on what it's like to kind of be in the workshop and how it's shaping up. So, Terry, welcome to the show, my friend.
Hey, nice to be here. You know, I've been wanting to come to one of these ever since I heard about it, and I'm really happy I got to come this year. But what I'm looking forward to even more now is the next one that we do, where hopefully we can have the teams here in person, all working together, running around and getting things done.
Nicole and I have been talking about that. I mean, we're doing this, we're you know, moving the ball down the field, making a difference in some of the digital outcomes that are going to come out of this. But there's a certain sense of collaboration at speed that happens when we really can't interact in person again.
It really does. Yeah, there's the energy that comes from having everyone actually in the space together.
Yeah, no doubt. So Terry, tell us a little bit about your experience thus far in the challenge.
Yeah, so I've been supporting the X1 workshop, and it's been a really cool environment because we're in this collaborative space, and the whole point is for everybody to brainstorm and throw ideas out to attack the problems that we've been presented with these unmanned assets.
That's really cool. And as you come into this challenge, you're a veteran as well, so there's some experience you're bringing with you, but unmanned is new for all of us. So how does that play out?
Right, so I was a sonar technician in the Navy for 8.5 years, and I've got a lot of experience on the operational side of things, but not much with unmanned systems.
Right.
So I'm contributing to this brainstorming effort from the operational side, and at the same time, it's a great experience because I get to learn a lot about these unmanned systems as well.
That's great. So if you'll recall, Nicole, when we were talking to David, who's out here, he was telling about the mission sets that y'all have been working on.
Oh yeah, coming out of the stories and vignettes.
Stories generate mission sets. Yep. And so how has that panned out as a participant? Like, what are y'all doing with all that?
Right, so we went through and developed these mission sets that basically they define the tasks from everything for an asset joining in on a mission to leaving a mission, everything in between. And what's cool about the way that they've been developed is that you can use the same mission tasking system that we've developed to task an unmanned system or even a manned system. So the mission planner can look at everything as assets and doesn't have to differentiate between unmanned and manned.
Oh, that's pretty neat.
That's great.
That's about the human-machine teaming. It's a little bit related to the UI/UX component that you were mentioning earlier.
Yeah, to make it easier for the operators to just do the job. That's great. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes all the sense in the world. So does that mean, Terry, that y'all got this all worked out? If we sent a robot sub out to your old destroyer, you'd be totally cool with it?
No.
All right. If the answer is no, why not?
Well, there's a trust factor when it comes to new technologies and innovations, right? Anytime something new and especially cutting edge is introduced, the people that are going to work with it and alongside it need to have this phase where there's trust built that it's actually going to do what it's designed to do.
So those teamed manned and unmanned missions are really the trust building part of this longer strategy where we have these, I guess what Selby called them yesterday, novel naval formations that include this different way of operating together.
Right, and we're part of that, right? We start with the digital piece, but then, like Dan Cable talked about, they're doing in the water testing. That's why they're doing it, right? To build that trust, so we have something that we know will work, and we can put them together. And so I'm super excited that we're going to be part of that.
Yeah, that'll be neat. Well, Terry, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
We're, you know, as Dave told us, the whole purpose of this workshop is to queue up a couple really amazing games.
Right.
And so we'll hear about that pretty soon.
Awesome.
All right, man. Thank you. Bye-bye.
You know, a moment ago, I was thinking about the velocity that our contestants achieve, and I'm listening to Terry talk about, you know, everything that they've done there, and there's a breadth of work and activity and topics we're talking through here. There's a lot of material we've covered here in the Hack the Machine in, what, 4 days?
Yeah. I think this is actually day 3.
Oh.
It goes fast.
Feels longer.
But you're right about the breadth. And I know you, along with everyone else in the designer series, had a pretty solid day yesterday. I saw something really interesting on the agenda yesterday at 3 p.m. and was able to tune in for an hour because I was like, oh, yeah, I definitely want to be part of that conversation.
Yeah, 3 p.m. Oh, we were talking about the data science readiness piece. Yeah. Well, let me update you on everything that happened. So those kind of open conversations are exactly what we want here at Hack the Machine. You can find something on the agenda and tune in right now, and then you can come in and be part of the conversation. So our first session yesterday was on balancing maritime cyber with autonomy, and I'm not an expert in cyber and autonomy, but we had some really great conversation with the members of the Atlantic Council and the Navy that were there, and they are more expert than I am. And we talked about some of the keynotes were about the fact that everything that's happening in the water, referenced a second ago, is that the maritime community is not alone. Right. And so this is not just a defense issue, and that if the cybersecurity of the commercial world is not also secure, it affects us. It affects the defense world.
I talk about, you know, that's one of my key stump points, right? As supply chains get shorter, because we're going from factory to ship to port directly to store with no warehousing in between. We've seen the results of that, but it is one interconnected global system.
Absolutely.
And you know, in Admiral Selby's brief yesterday, he had a lot of stock market indices, and the stock market is one indicator of the economy, but the tangible economy, the stuff, is all on ships. And moving through ports. And some of it's made locally and on trains and trucks, but globally, the tangible economy is on the seas.
So I'm glad you brought up ports, because one of the things they said was, you know, if you have a commercial system that gets attacked in port, he can block up the port for everyone, defense ships as well. Right. So, you know, you got to take that into consideration. One of the key things that came out that I thought was interesting is that the maritime workforce, which I don't think of as cyber folks, but they have to become cyber smart, because they have a vital role in that resiliency. So it was really great talk. They probably could have gone on for hours, but we had to give time for everyone else. So the second session went into, we had the Naval Sea Systems Command there, and actually representatives from all of the system commands. And we talked about data science readiness. So we had Grant Klusak, who was there as the Chief Data Officer, I believe, for NAVWAR, and we talked about the idea that there's a lot of amazing things happening in data science across, and there's some things we're doing super well, and there's some things we need to do some improvement on. But when you go out and say, hey, I want help, on the DoD side, we got a little work to do, right? Because we got to be able to give representative data to industry, distro public releasable data, so they can help us.
Well, that's exactly how we're designing Track 2.
Yep.
You know, we're running this game that Joe and Mike are running, but it's really about the metagame of how do we have a problem, how do we share it, how do we see the analytics can be produced and get them back and run them head to head.
Yep.
So the taxpayers can procure best of breed.
Absolutely. So the challenge back to the government was, hey, if you want us to help you more with your data science readiness, give us the information we need to help you. So then the third one got into data architecture, and that was really cool too. We had again representation from across the Navy, and we talked about the idea that everyone's got a role in the data architecture piece, whether you're creating it or maintaining it, but they got to have some key leadership in, right? So when you're going from digital engineering to DevSecOps, all that data touches in some place. And so it's a fabric we're kind of weaving. And so we ended that session by asking some key questions of like, hey, what would you want to ask industry to help you with to be able to do this data architecture and do it more efficiently? And the ones that really stood out for me were the idea of, hey, industry, can you come in and listen? Come sit with us and listen to our problems and really hear what we have going on. And then let's work out together what the solution should be, because we may not just have the straight industry solution, right? We might need to do something a little more unique, but we don't know that. And you don't know that. So let's sit down and talk. And that's what these sessions are actually about.
That's fast.
So we have 4 more today. I really encourage you to join in, get on Slido and engage, because I got to tell you, they really do want to talk to you.
Yeah, that's great. You know, Nicole, for the last couple of days, we've looked at Hack the Machine sponsors, community partners, contestants, but some of the most vital parts of the overall innovation ecosystem are the tech accelerators and the collaboration studios that serve as the physical and the virtual locations where ideas and innovators come together. So I feel really fortunate that we've got Brad Halsey with us. Brad, welcome to the show, my man.
Good to see you.
I didn't even need to say where you're for. You're like wearing it across the chest.
Building momentum.
Building momentum.
Can I get one of these?
Yeah, heck yeah, you can get one of these.
You guys did with the space.
So let's talk about that. So this is your space, actually, right?
That's right. You're in the garden. It's building momentum, and the building's called the garden. I'm a terrible marketer, so that's how that.
Well, you just have to wear the T-shirt. And
that's right. So I'm just going to tattoo it on my body, and then you'll know where I'm coming from. But yeah, this is where Naval X does a lot of their mind palancing and brainstorming, and I'm glad you guys are here. This is fantastic.
We think there's this great synergy, right? So Naval X is the Navy's organization for this outreach, and Captain Van Buskirk kind of gave us the vision for that yesterday with the key presence here and the naval tech bridges across the country. But the Navy doesn't buy buildings to do this, right? They find collaborators like you, and we talked about this, that in any city, we've run Hack the Machine now in San Francisco, Austin, Boston, Seattle, New York, and now twice here with you. And in every single place, we found what we felt was the center of gravity for innovation in that town, right? Or one of the centers of gravity. And so tell us how tech accelerators and places like Building Momentum form kind of a physical backplane to where collaborators and innovators come.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good question, because I sometimes wonder how all of this happens. I wake up and there's like some amazing things going on in this space, and I wonder, what actually started all of this. And I think a lot of it is how we solve problems. The way we do it at Building Momentum is we have like a triangle of things that we do, because everything has to be a geometric shape. And so,
it's probably because you were a Marine too, right?
I was Navy, so yeah. So the one of the pillars of that is diversity. You got to have a diversity of thought. You got to have people from different backgrounds. You got to have people from different educations, and that adds that richness to the mix. And you got to go look for it. So and that is not just the Building Momentum team. That is partners like Naval X. That is partners like the City of Alexandria. So you look for those partners. Everyone has to be aligned passionately here, and if you're aligned here, then I think everyone can sort of assume good intent and everyone's on the same page. And the last thing that we try to make sure, whether it's internal or external here, is a voice. Everyone needs to have a voice. So when you have those 3 things, you have diversity, passion, and a voice, you spend a lot of time doing this. So a lot of our partners, we actually will argue with, we'll do it respectfully, but eventually at the end of the day, you want to turn and push against the problems that the community has, that the organization has. And I think that's what works well for everything that we do, internal and external. We do that with Naval X. We do that with the Navy. I'll tell the Navy things they don't want to hear.
So you have Naval X hosted here, but it's not about just being here. You guys are doing expeditionary creative things as well, right?
That's right. So the narrative of the company was started on myself and the other co-founder, Dr. Albert Vega, spending time in war zones, going to Iraq, going to Afghanistan, and doing sort of the nerd thing on the ground. We'd like to think we're
So they're outside the wire, you're on the fob.
No, the other way around. I was on mission as much as I could get out there. And you think of the MacGyver thing. We were much less good looking than that, but we're kind of doing the same thing. We're out there MacGyvering a lot of that, and then we brought that same ethos back here. So we're sort of no nonsense, get after it problem solvers, and that translates either social problems, technical problems in ABC. So that is sort of the genesis of how we got started, and I'm not sure that I answered the question fully.
No, you did. I mean, you were talking about, but you guys have 3D printing. I mean, y'all are doing a lot more than just this building. I was talking to your director of operations, and y'all are expanding, which makes me happy to see that the innovation is expanding.
Yeah, the tools are nice. They're shiny, and they're things to like play on and do things with. But it's really the staff that makes the difference. And yeah, we do go.
It's always about the people. Right?
We go all around the world. So you got to have nerds and solvers of problems that can go all around the world, talk to interesting people, and use these tools to solve problems. And that's a weird subset of people. So as you walk around and meet all the Building Momentum staff, you'll find that every single one of them has an interesting backstory. But yeah, that's how we do it. The tools are great, the building is great, and we're taking more space to allow our partners and us to build stuff.
Yeah.
But it's really about those relationships, and it's really about that staff that makes it happen.
Well, Brad, I know that Nicole and I have really enjoyed the 2 times we run Hack the Machine here, and I didn't really realize we were so values aligned. Because when we talk about Hack the Machine, it's about going and finding that broad community and diversity of solvers. It's about the passion to stay up all night. Like we just heard from the track 1 and 2 and 3 folks. We're staying up all night to do the challenges. And the third thing is about, just as you said, just kind of making it all happen.
Yeah, I feel fully aligned with you guys on that. The staying up all night thing happens less now because I can't take it. But that's how the company has started. It's just you keep at it, you keep at it, you keep at it, and eventually with enough grit and enough iteration and determination, you get there.
Awesome, Brad. Well, thank you so much again for being such a wonderful host.
Thanks
and
for being here.
For being part of
having me here all the time. Thank you guys.
Yeah, this is great. I want one of these.
I know, so do I.
You have to fight with CNR.
Lauren, can I please have one?
That's great. Well, thank you so much, Brad. We'll see you.
Well, I mean, there's so much excitement happening here in Building Momentum, but it's not just here, by the way. I think we got some other really cool things happening out in the Navy, right?
We certainly like challenges at Hack the Machine, but we are not the only challenges that you could go win for the Navy and the Marine Corps. Challenges are posted at challenge.gov all the time from the Navy, the Marine Corps, and other services. But our colleagues out at the Naval Information Warfare Systems Command, NAVWAR, run by Rear Admiral Douglas Small, the commander there, Admiral Small, is running a challenge called Artificial Intelligence Applications to Autonomous Cybersecurity. That's a lot to say, so they have an acronym, of course, because it's the military, but they found a cool one, and it's called AI Attack. Let's go to a colleague with Oak Ridge National Laboratory to explain the challenge.
For most of the last year, the Oak Ridge team has worked to test the ability of SOAR tools to increase the user's efficiency and the ability to preserve quality of their investigations. To do this, we emulated dozens of networks with full alert and logging tool suites. We created realistic scenarios by running attacks and had Navy operators use the SOAR tools to respond to these scenarios. This was a fun but a challenging study to orchestrate as we engaged Navy cybersecurity operators from around the globe, including Japan, Hawaii, and the continental U.S. To measure how well SOAR tools help these analysts, we used custom scripts to time and monitor the user's actions while working. We graded the results of their investigations for quality, and we simply asked questions probing how well they liked each SOAR tool. This qualitative and quantitative assessment has led us to determine the best SOAR tool for the Navy.
They had a lot of great entrants to this challenge. I'm sure it was hard for the team out at NAVWAR to decide, but ultimately, Rear Admiral Small has made his decision, and his leaders in PMW 130 that we've met who run the Navy cybersecurity program out there are ready to make the award.
And with me today is Mr. Dave Donnelly from Splunk. Dave is the Area Vice President in charge of DoD, National Security Programs, and Aerospace at Splunk. Dave, how does it feel to learn that your submission performed the best in the Navy Cyber Challenge?
Thanks, Mike. We were both excited and honored to learn of the selection. I'm sure you had many excellent submissions, and we were grateful to have the opportunity to participate. I want to thank all the analysts that worked through the evaluation process, and as I'm sure it was a very rigorous process. I'd like to also acknowledge James Crookshanks and Brian Pluta on the Splunk team who led the engineering effort and dedicated a significant amount of time building out the demonstrations and responding to the queries. I'm in my 7th year at Splunk, working with the Navy, and I can tell you that the journey has been exciting as we've grown beyond our core Splunk platform of 10 years ago and been able to deliver solutions like SOAR to the Navy.
Well, thanks, Dave. So what would you say are some of the key features of Splunk SOAR that you think will help the Navy?
You know, automation was in the name of the challenge, and I would say that being able to automate large number of repetitive, time-consuming tasks will be of the most value to the Navy cyber professionals. The ability to build out playbooks for common incidents reduces what used to take hours into seconds. The volume of events the Navy faces is staggering. So having playbooks to quickly grab all the applicable logs, event data, and then centralize them into a single case is very valuable. I don't need to tell you how large the Navy's network is and the complexity of cyber attacks in the tactical environment. Having the ability to quickly triage an incident at the edge of the network, as well as in the SOC environment, will help the Navy with its overall security posture. I think the Navy will be the first in the service to take advantage of the R, as in response, in SOAR. Having software in the SOC automatically make changes to the network, quarantine devices, update firewall and IPS settings isn't for the faint at heart. But I think we will build trust with SOC and NOC operators, and that the Navy can achieve an even more robust capability.
Thank you, Dave. And again, I just want to say a big congratulations to Splunk for being the winner in this prize challenge.
Thank you, Mike. You're honored.
Whoa! And that was the big camera mic feedback. All right, I'm just gonna pander for a second while they get the volumes all set again. But hey, we have a of the PEO C4I and PMD 130 team, Rachel Bondi. Is it Bondi or Bondi? It's Bondi. Bondi. All right.
It's Bondi in Australia.
It is. Well, Bondi Beach is like one of my favorite places in the world. One of my ships did a port visit there a couple times. I love it.
I hear it a lot.
Yeah, but you're Rachel Bondi.
That's right. Like James Bond with an I.
Bondi. I like that. That's right. Bondi. Yeah, I love it. So anyway, but now we had a short video from you yesterday.
Yes.
But but you're the technical director for PMW 130. But you aren't a Navy career civilian, didn't grow up in acquisition, program management at all.
Not at all.
So we were talking about video games earlier, and I didn't realize I was getting a video game expert on the end of the show. So you did video games before joining the Navy team.
That's right. I started with Microsoft, and I was on the original Xbox team. So we ported DirectX onto a Flextronics box, worked with outsourced manufacturers to create that solution, worked with the marketing team, and at the time, video games were not what Microsoft was known for. They had some PC gaming, but it was a real risk to go into that. And now it's a $600 million business, the last I heard. So, yeah. And
in one of my tours in Iraq, like Halo and Xbox.
Oh yeah.
And I was no good. I'm still no good at Halo. But the colonel and I, we had teams at 22 different locations around Iraq, and just to show kind of how video games are just a part of kind of our community building, right? We would talk so much crap about how good we were at Halo as we would go visit soldiers all over the country, and then we land and they're like, we want to play you. I'm like, no, we don't embarrass you. But at the end, half the time at the end, we're like, all right, fine, and they would trash us. But it was a great bonding experience for the colonel and me and the soldiers to form that community around a video game.
Yeah, it's interesting because when I left tech and I went to Hollywood, I worked at the largest Hollywood agency, creative artist agency, and helped connect them to do the Steven Spielberg Halo content deal because they didn't have the connections up in Seattle for that with Robbie Bach and his team. So it was a weird trail anyway.
But it's about building connection and community.
It's about building connections.
Absolutely, right? And so how in the world did you end up working for the Navy down in San Diego?
Well, my gratitude is to my PM and the DPM. So
I'm not letting anybody say acronyms, not even newbies like you.
Okay, so John Armentrout and Wendy C. Catch.
Are the program manager?
The program manager, the deputy program manager.
Awesome. Right. And so they found you and built a connection and invited you in.
Yes. And to me, the challenge was interesting because I'm looking at it very differently. I'm seeing, the kinetic and the cyber underpinning it as, how would I approach it if it were a massive multiplayer environment? What kind of connections are needed to do situational awareness for coalition teams, joint teams, multiple environments, multiple languages? How do you assemble as teams and disassemble, keep communications up? And then how is that running on the back end? Because there are only a handful of large, massive multiplayer back end environments globally. And how they do live ops, data systems is very akin to some of the questions that I've been asked since I came in. Just listening to what the need is, there's a large need for understanding how to have the data analytic fabric support the data analytic visualizations for decision support that are needed around cyber operations.
Absolutely.
So
that's fascinating. So you've got this vision that's inspired by this unique background, but you've also been trying to get the message out to industry that, hey, I'm in a government job, but I'm playing the game different.
Yeah, Zach, it's that way. You know, it's easy when you're in a bunch of meetings with a bunch of government procedures to forget about engaging outside of the organization. It's easy, as I say, to contemplate your own belly button internally. But the important piece is understanding that, you know, our adversaries are not waiting for any sort of process or procedures.
Right.
We need to embrace what is available externally in best-of-breed solutions and combine them into things that will work for our environment. And I think that I'm kind of representative of how that's been working internally, that I don't have 20 or 30 years of what I'll call institutional knowledge that other people have on my team. And so while I'm very, very grateful for them helping me on a daily basis understand that, one of the things that I can bring in is how that connects externally to the things that I've experienced at multiple companies in tech and Hollywood and Madison Avenue and the whole thing. And, you know, from a cybersecurity, from a security perspective, bring that together into, you know, what is the simplest way from A to B on a daily basis.
That's pretty cool.
So I heard you mention before that you talked to something like 800 companies in a month?
Oh yeah, I've put my team through the ringer. We've had, on average, you know, 50 to 100 vendors a month that we've spoken with. We've reached out to incubators. We've supported things like Hack the Machine and the contests. And I really want to stress this to the vendors that approach me normally. These are the ways to get in the door and to have a serious discussion is show me. Show me how you performed in one of these hackathons. Show me how you can perform in one of our contests. And then you're much farther along the internal understanding of where we need to get to actually deploy your solutions.
I love that,
I don't like just sales. I've been in sales and consulting as well.
Yeah.
So it's easy for me to see the usual dog and pony, and that's not what we need here. The country needs something that's much more efficient than that. We need these solutions very quickly.
You talked about quickly, at least quickly, velocity, speed, a couple of times. I mean, and then we heard Admiral Selby, we had Captain Small, we heard everybody say that.
Yes.
Right, and it gets to this point of, there are so many leaders who do have 20 or 30 years of this institutional acquisition experience. And in the Navy, they've been mostly buying big machines that have a lot of risk if you don't study the heck out of it up front.
Yes.
But how do you go faster in digital? Why is that possible?
So, I mean, everybody's heard of Agile and Scrum, but, you know, at the agency, we did projects in 10 days for $10,000. What could you show me in 10 days for $10,000? You could do a mock-up in 10 days. You can understand how to do some of the design features that somebody's asking for in an application. And so when you look at the system here, what I'm trying to do is understand what the plumbing is so that we could provide cyber data so that if people are having ways of doing DevSecOps, DevOps, and are trying to put together, I would call it a Navy marketplace of applications to deliver to the warfighter, that they have the data that's relevant to them and that they have permission to that data so that they can innovate on that data in the fastest way possible. You know, I've seen teams as small as 2 or 3 people create solutions that have become $600 million businesses.
Right.
And when you're on a team that's successful, there's a feeling with that. And that's the feeling that I'm trying to create here with my team. And I've got a great team. You've been seeing my
Yeah, we've been seeing some of them. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's great. Well, Rachel, first off, thank you for actually making the time to come over here.
Absolutely.
I'm
Gotta make
inspired.
that West
I am
Coast
too.
connection.
I want to
That's
clone
right.
you. I want to clone you all over the DoD.
we want to clone more Rachels. Hey, for everybody who's tuning in for the live show, thank you so much. We'd like to thank you all for tuning in to the updates today. We'll see you later to join Nicole for the designer series that starts at 1:15 p.m. Eastern. And then we'll be back on tomorrow for the results. We're going to find out who wins. You heard Rachel tell you winning is a great way to get known, and probably the right way to get known for what you do, not what you say. I love that idea. Until then, go hack the machine.
Hack the Machine Unmanned starts at 1100 Eastern Standard Time. Stay tuned. Welcome to Hack the Machine Unmanned.
Hey everybody, my name is Michael Malthus. I'm part of the team here at Hack the Machine Unmanned. With me I have Captain Small from PEO USC. It's my first Hack the Machine and it's his first Hack the Machine, so I figured we'd sit down for a little conversation and go over why Hack the Machine. Captain Small, can you give us a little bit more about yourself and why you got involved this year?
Great, yeah, thanks. So I'm Captain Pete Small, as mentioned. I'm the program manager of Unmanned Maritime Systems in PEO Unmanned and Small Combatants. And in that PEO, we're developing a portfolio of unmanned undersea and unmanned surface vessels in response to the Navy's maritime strategy to develop a future hybrid fleet. And so we are executing a number of large prototyping programs, including large vehicles like Orca Extra Large UUV, large USV, medium USV, and a fleet of prototyping efforts. In coordination with that, though, we're moving towards developing autonomy as a capability, our combat system, if you will. And in regards to that, we need all the best and brightest ideas to develop, to manage data, to do modeling and simulation, command and control, and autonomy development. So we really need the best and brightest, both ideas and minds, to help us both develop the technical solutions, but develop the strategy about how we're going to acquire those systems on behalf of the Navy and then deploy them to the fleet for widespread use by Navy sailors. So we really need a lot of help in this effort, and it's a big effort.
Which is a really cool thing about Hack the Machine, because what it does is basically gives all these military problems, and you're able to kind of expose it to a community larger than just the military. You get people from innovation, academia, parts of industry that otherwise wouldn't normally be engaged. Give them this problem set that is kind of very hand in hand with what the Navy wants to achieve. Get as many minds in the room as possible to actually find the actual solutions to a lot of these issues.
Yeah, it's really great. And as I mentioned, some of the results can help those technical solutions, but also really shape the acquisition strategies that we're going to go after for developing autonomy code, which is really important, and to write requirements for things like cybersecurity, which is essential to having safe and reliable unmanned systems to go do what the Navy needs to do.
Awesome. Is there any unmanned system that you find particularly fascinating that you want to touch on that the public might not know too much about?
Well, they're all fascinating, and there's certainly some significant technical challenges that we're going after, but one of the highlights of my tour is in developing unmanned surface vessel prototypes. I am a submariner by background, and I've had the great opportunity to both drive in a manned sense some of these larger ships at the helm, but I've also had the great opportunity to be on board when they're in autonomy. So
Hello, Designer Series. We're live from San Diego with breaking news. My name is Ron Burgundy. We are possibly going to experiencing a fire alarm, and that is a little serious, and that's the fun of a live production here. It was supposed to come at 9:30, then 10. So if you see alarms and strobes start to go off, we're gonna be just okay. But in all seriousness, I'm Joe Roner. I'm the Track 2 lead for Detective Bot, and I'm really excited to be here today with you. Today's panel will explore how the government uses crowdsourcing to harvest new ideas and solutions. Whether a hackathon, design thinking event, or capture the flag event, the government's finding fun ways to engage technologists and technology companies to accelerate innovation. Our panel will dive into the experience of two government pros who have walked the walk. For those of you that have been watching the panel thinking, I want to do this, listen up, because this is your chance to look under the hood and understand how these events come together. I'm excited to be joined today by Mike Carlbaum, you've seen him throughout the week, and Captain Cintron. As a reminder, we're using Slido to take Q&A live from the audience, so get those questions in. To get this started, we'll get started with an easy question. So Mike, Louis, can you please tell us where you work and your title? And Louis, I'll throw it to you first since you're virtual.
Awesome. Thank you all. Thanks for the opportunity of having me here this morning, or this afternoon in the East Coast, morning for you all on the West Coast. First of all, yeah, thanks for everything. And then I'm a computer engineer at the Air Force, supporting previously the Joint AI Center, Department of Defense, basically Center of Excellence for Artificial Intelligence. And we've done a number of efforts here and basically helping accelerate the state of artificial intelligence within the department across a number of missions. One of the missions that I've been supporting for about 3 years now has been that of cyber, including information warfare, information operations, and similar activities. And in order to basically be successful in this mission, we've had to partner up with industry, with academia, through events like this, conducting rapid prototyping, reaching out to experts outside of the department to come up with solutions to complex problems with mindsets that basically bring a different perspective to what we're used here to solve these tough challenges. We've had some great partnerships across the cyber community with Cyber Command, DISA, and others, and been able to fulfill a lot of great things in support of those operations, identifying things such as what this event is trying to accomplish with this track 2 of malware detection, right? So that's still a very, very tough problem, and we continue to partner up with a number of organizations to get solutions to this type of problems.
That's awesome, and we're so excited to have you. It's great to get a Department of Defense perspective, someone from the JAIC, the Joint Artificial Intelligence Center, to join us. You've got a great perspective. We can't wait to hear about it. Now, Mike, I know people have seen you throughout the week, but in case this is their first time seeing you, can you give us your title and where you work?
Yeah, sure thing, Joe. Yeah. So Mike Carlbaum, I'm the PMW 130, which is the Navy Cybersecurity Program Office Technical Director for AI Machine Learning. Really excited to be here, so thanks, Joe, for inviting me to the panel. And a little bit of background on what we've done. So as you saw earlier today, we awarded a prize amount for one of the artificial intelligence applications to autonomous cybersecurity, or AI attack prize challenges. So we've executed 3 of those to date. And really that whole series just focuses on evaluating next-gen cyber AI tools. So thanks, Joe. Yeah, I appreciate it.
That's awesome. All right, so let's start to get the questions a little deeper here, guys. So let's set the table for the audience on why you're both participating. You guys started to hit on it in your intros, but let's go a little deeper. Louis, can you share with us the types of events or competitions you have held? Let's go a little deep.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've done from at the JAIC rapid prototyping events, but also in other organizations, capture the flags events and hackathons, working with the training systems or simulators in the Air Force. Capture the flags to build, understand the resiliency of a lot of our systems. Think about basically weapon systems, trying to identify vulnerabilities within it. Most of them have been done by the Blue Force, but also hackathons using or involved with the other organizations outside the DoD, cities working on smart grid technologies, coming up with better, faster solutions to problems that are known in those areas. Within the JAIC tour that I've been able to gratefully had the opportunity to work with. We've done some efforts with specific organizations that I really can't mention here, but we've been very successful at working in a very accelerated fashion to find solutions to those specific problems that they encounter on a day-to-day basis, and that have become a huge hurdle to accomplish or maintaining a good cyber defense posture. So, and I gotta say, that's been from both a just software engineering perspective and also a data science perspective, mostly on the software engineering side of things.
Hey guys, Louis, can you still hear me right now? That fire alarm that we were worried about is going off.
Yes, sir.
All right, so I'm gonna throw it to you, and we might mute me here for a second. This is fun. What are some of the processes, what are some of the challenges hosting events like this for cybersecurity specifically, as it pertains to data and real world scenarios?
From our perspective, it really has been getting access to data that's relevant to come up with good solutions. What you will find is a lot of the data that we use or that we conduct analysis on, it's kept very tightly, many cases even classified at certain levels. So I think that's becoming a big challenge. If we want to come up with robust solutions that can easily transition into operations with our systems, we need to find ways to get data over to events, for example, like this one, right? Like you guys should be able to get or bring data to events like this. The participants, whatever they build, can be easily adapted to something that's applicable in operations. And that makes most sense when we're talking about AI machine learning, because when you're talking about the tuning of models, such as, again, I'm going to go back to this malware classifier that participants are working with right now. The distributions, the biases of the data are going to be key into how appropriately tune that. And there's different approaches to getting that data. There's known approaches in academia and literature, and a lot of DoD organizations have actually have some good advancements in this for generating data or anonymizing operational data. There's also for generating simulated data based on the same distributions of what you find on a short period of time within your sensors, for then conducting this type of classification events and hopefully providing either automation features or enhanced defensive capabilities.
All right, we still have that lovely pesky fire alarm in the background. I hope you can still hear me just fine, but what are some of the processes that can be implemented to improve the ease and efficiency of harvesting these technologies or analytics and capabilities from events like this?
I think sharing with the community of participants in events like this, the type of standards that we use, the formats and development kits that we use to deploy the capabilities, right? So how do we tell the world about, hey, or if you were to build something for us, something that we can use in an event like this is what it looks like, without disclosing, of course, certain details about it. But data standards that are common across the board, data, I will say, platforms and architectures for distribution. One of the good examples here that I really like about how you guys are doing in this event is that one of the submission requirements is like you have to submit as a Docker container. How do we improve shipping of capabilities across the board, not just for the Office of Naval Research, but also that could easily be adopted across the board. And there's some good mechanisms for securing, hardening, sticking these capabilities in a more automated fashion. But ultimately what that does is that helps kind of take the barriers across the services and the agencies down so that we can all basically take advantage of the capabilities that have been built. So more of a build once, deploy many approach. And if you think about it, the challenges that we're facing are not just specific to any organization. It's not just specific to the Navy or the Air Force, the Marine Corps, Army. A lot of the challenges that we're talking, especially in cyber operations, are common across the board. So a lot of these solutions can be applied in all different components, and using these specific approaches, containers, common standards, and architectures are going to get us there much quicker.
I'm going to throw another question at you since we still have this lovely voice going on here. Not only have you arranged these competitions, but I also know that you participate in them. Do you mind telling the audience what it's like to be on the other side of the aisle and actually be a participant instead of an organizer?
It is a lot of fun, let me tell you. Full disclosure, I'm actually a participant on this event, and I've had an opportunity to work with an excellent team, and we've been having a lot of fun. I'm very passionate about this type of work, and I believe it's also an opportunity to grow and learn from different perspectives, because we're so constrained to the timelines, to the specifications of the submissions, that we have to think outside the box. And that's where you see that every little piece of experience or expertise that all the members in the team bring make things go much faster. And I mean, it's like truly drinking from a fire hose. I've learned a lot from individuals, and this one I would say has been a little different because it's one of the first ones I do in machine learning and artificial intelligence. So learning curve has been much steeper, but I can tell you the amount of Red Bull and caffeine I've consumed in this one has been considerably lower. I've done some other ones with for example, in the city of Tampa, working for the mayor, building applications to accelerate or bring basically nicer features to the town or the city. IEEE competitions, I've done multiple of the IEEE extreme competitions. Those are 24-hour competitions with participants from all over the globe. And the challenges are, it's called extreme for a reason. So think more about algorithm optimization and that kind of problem. So, and those have been very, very fun, I will say. I enjoy doing this.
All right, well, you can still hear it, I'm sure, just fine. So earlier when you were talking about cyber competitions, you talked about capture the flag. We're doing a bug hunting for challenge 1. Can you run the audience through the various types of cyber data challenges that exist?
For capture the flags or just across cyber in general?
In general, if someone's thinking about having a cyber data challenge, the different flavors you've seen.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest challenges is definitely the variance of the files that you get from all these sensors you can implement. And if you think about, for example, gigabytes, terabytes of data that are captured in such amount of time, getting those all compressed into a common standard, and the compute requirements to get those to that common standard often take a toll on operations in general. I think that DoD has been trying to get to a common schema, common standard for a couple of years now. We've been supporting a lot of activities in that spectrum, and we think that's key in order to accelerate the use of these capabilities, right? Reduce compute power and then help us get to inferencing closer to the sensors, more also known as edge deployments. And I think that's going to be key to successful cyber operations, where we can rely on capabilities that provide inference closer to where the data is created, and thus be able to remediate, being able to detect or mitigate a lot of the findings much quicker than we do now. Most of the work that we're doing today, because of the lack of those capabilities, is mostly forensic in nature, post hoc. So we're trying to make things more so that we can take a proactive posture to cyber defenses.
All right. Well, one of these days this alarm will go off so we can actually have a really great dialogue here.
You sure it's not an actual fire?
No, there isn't an actual fire here. This is par for the course with Hack the Machine. You never know when we're going to get hacked or what's going to happen on live TV here. So when we talk about cyber challenges, they can be actual hacking of machines. They can also be data science AI challenges like the one that we've got going on this week. Can you reflect on, and you may have done this a little bit in your dialogue before, but can we talk about the importance, the different types of analytic techniques that you see being applied in the cyber domain, and how you see those come through in these competitions?
Yeah, so interesting enough, that one of the biggest challenges, going back to the previous question, I think I missed in this portion, is that for us to get to, I will say, better analytics, more precise, accurate analytics, we need we need large amounts of data, and we need a lot of labeled data. And one of the challenges with those, getting those type of analytics, is that to get to them, we need to label a lot of data. It's not as easy. Cyber data is not as sexy or as pretty or easy to label than it is, approaches such as what Mechanical Turk does, right? Like you pay people to tell you whether something in a picture, it's a bird, it's a dog, it's a cat. in cyber is not the same thing. And that's one of the main challenges that we suffer in order to create this massive data sets that can be organizational specific, that take into account a lot of the security policies that you have implemented in your environment, because the policies that organization A has for cybersecurity might be a little bit different than organization B has. So what could be a malicious event or a potential incident in one organization might not be an incident in another organization. So those things need to be appropriately labeled. And current approaches rely heavily on hand labeling, basically looking at previous incidents and using that and whatever data was captured about that specific incident to tag the data set and provide a label. Or we've done, for example, similar to capture the flags events, where we compare then the sensor data from our defensive sensors to the tools that are used by the pen testers. So things such as Cold Strike, we can then compare that with what's captured and build kind of a pseudo label data set. However, those things don't scale. They're very expensive, and we don't have enough manpower available to go and capture the flags every 3 months, right? Because we know capabilities like this go stale over time. You can't expect a model to perform for long periods of time. So this has to be sustainable. So I think that's going to be the next step for capabilities and model development such as this one, right? Come up with approaches where we can automate that aspect or find quicker options for generating data sets that we can use then for for training and updating our models at the speed of information, right? Models, we can use MLOps practices to get to that point, and that's, I think, in my opinion, the next big step for analytic development.
All right. Well, we have cyber data challenges. We also have Guinness World Records for the longest fire alarm in the history of the world today. I was going to save this question for you last, and you're the most amazing panelist by helping carry us right now. But for those government leaders that are watching this panel, thinking about holding an event or a challenge, do you have any words of advice besides checking the fire alarm schedule? Or what's the one thing that's unexpected that surprised you the most? It's not lost on me, the irony of that question right now.
I think will be flexibility, that things are going to happen, that things are going to break. And that you need to adapt with it, and at the end of the day, to enjoy and to go through the process and have fun. I wouldn't say that, hey, this is something that you basically there's going to be a challenging, I will say, or a tedious organization process, but it's not something that should take away from the fun of it and ultimately the goal of the event, right? Which is to get capabilities that can help accelerate what we do today, solve very challenging problems. And I think there's always good positive outputs on events like this because there's so many lessons learned. And I'm sure your team and during the assessment process with all the submissions, there's going to be some debriefing opportunities where there's going to be a lot of knowledge capture that can then be applied or replicated for other types of events and activities, including additional future hackathons like this one, or actually drive development practices and processes, which are going to be instrumental to how we maintain, operations.
All right, and the fire alarm continues. Well, I'm trying to figure out what to do with the rest of this panel. Louis, how bad is it on your side? Just give me a sound check. Can you hear me? And can you hear Mike if he were to talk?
I can hear you loud and clear.
All right. Oh, wow, look at that. It is a Christmas miracle coming early. All right, Mike, it's your turn.
Let's do this.
All right, thank you, Louis, for helping us out get through that lovely fire alarm. So, okay, Mike, it's time to anchor on you, and the pun is definitely intended.
Love it.
You've successfully executed 3 challenges for NAVOR. Just earlier today, you used Hack the Machine to announce the 3rd prize challenge winner. Can you start by telling our guests what a prize challenge is, specifically around challenge.gov, and how that brings benefits to both the Navy and the challenge participants?
Okay, yeah, for sure, Joe. So the way you really should think about a challenge through a challenge.gov format is it's another tool in our acquisition toolkit. So I work in an acquisition command where we're responsible for acquiring, integrating, fielding, and sustaining capabilities to the fleet for cyber tools. So Really, the way we look at this is the challenges evaluate innovative solutions to difficult problems, and then whichever solution is best gets awarded a cash prize out of that. These are used throughout the U.S. government and really have led overall to solutions for some of our nation's toughest problems. So as far as the benefits perspective, there's really two sides to it. There's the government's perspective and then the participants' perspective. So from the government side, I look at it as it allows us to cast a wider net and obtain participation from industry, academia, non-traditional participants. While I've done extensive research of industry and have a really good understanding of the cyber landscape out there, I'm not aware of every single cyber company because it seems like every day 5 more pop up. And so by putting these challenges out there, it really allows them to see what we're trying to solve and come to us instead of us having to go try to find them. The second, I would say, for us from the government side is it gives exposure for the command and the Navy as a whole. So it lets some of those non-traditional participants know who we are, the problems we're trying to solve, and how we need their help. And then the third is probably the most important part of it for us is the results count as market research for us. So it really allows us to expedite the time that it takes to get through those acquisition kind of life cycle typical timelines that are there and get the tools that are needed to the warfighter at the most rapid pace possible. And that's really what excites me the most about them. From the participant side, obviously getting a cash prize up to $1 million is great. I think anybody would love that. I really think, though, for them, it's the bragging rights. Being able to say, hey, I won this challenge that's focused on this topic. For anybody that's in a company sense, right, those things end up in their company marketing slides like the next day, and they're out there beating the pavement and telling everybody, hey, look what we've done, right? So those bragging rights are really valuable for them. And then there's also the potential for a follow-on contract, right? So there's no guarantees in that, but that potential does exist. And this is really one of those pathways, as Rachel mentioned earlier, to help them get in the door.
Yeah, that's excellent. And Louis, feel free to jump in, especially as we get to a couple more of these questions, although you've done an amazing job already. So Mike, can you help set expectations around the results? I mean, what happens when a winner's been declared? Do we really pick these solutions up and just drop them in the Navy?
Yeah, so there's really kind of 2 steps to this, right? So the first step is we formally announce the winner, like we did earlier today with Splunk for winning our SOAR challenge, right? And then obviously issue the payment to them. And then the second step is to really debrief all the participants. And I think this is a very valuable point here because it allows us to not only tell them their strengths, but their weaknesses. And a lot of times what we find is they'll bring in their developers or their product teams, and they come in and they sit with us and they listen to the things that we found because our experiments are so extensive. And it really helps them to go and improve those tool sets, which ultimately I think leads to better tools for the rest of us as a nation to protect us.
Great. And Louis, if I can throw it to you for a quick second, how about expectations around the results? Have you ever lifted a complete solution, or do you get pieces of it? How does it help you with the journey?
I think it depends. We've seen solutions that, for example, meet 100% of the requirements that they'll be the challenge winners. And then you'll also find that some submissions are worthy of follow-up, like the approaches. Some people take a newer, innovative approach to creating a solution that might not meet all the threshold requirements. But it's just a sense of, it gives you a sense of like, hey, you're onto something. So in certain challenges, or for example, depending on the acquisition approach you use, you really can't go tap into that, right? Because you can't get into some conflict. But in events like this one, you can always get ideas and have that two-sided feedback as to why you took that approach and how is that affecting the project or your solution in a good positive way. And again, that can drive, like I mentioned earlier, practices for development in the future, approaches for new meaningful ways of deploying or developing capabilities. And I think having at least an open mind to welcome those type of innovative solutions that might not follow the status quo, I think it's going to be key in events like this, because you bring a series of perspectives from everywhere. And you're going to see people that are going to take approaches and use libraries and use frameworks that you probably haven't heard of. And sometimes we tend to go and say, hey, why are you using this, or why are you not using this other common library? And let's listen to those ideas as well. Let's find out they might be onto something. They might know something that we don't know. It's a huge field. There's libraries, packages, tools, software, services created on a day-to-day basis. There's no way we can all keep up with them. So again, this is also a broadening experience for both the participants and the ones of us on the other side of the fence, looking at these solutions.
Yeah, thank you. And just as a reminder for the audience out there, we've reserved about the last 10 to 15 minutes of this panel for live Q&A. So please get those questions in Slido. We'd love to have you ask our experts some tough ones. Mike, can you talk about what are some of the hurdles you've encountered when trying to evaluate cybersecurity tools in your prize challenges?
Yeah, most definitely. So I think first for us was having a facility or a research range where we could go ahead and evaluate these. I mean, we're using advanced malware, some 0 days, things like that we've gone through, advanced red team attacks, and having a facility where we could do that was really the first key step. So we really set out to build out that research range as kind of the groundwork for all of this. And then second, breaking them down by the challenges we've done. So to date, we've done endpoint detection response, network detection response, and SOAR. So from the EDR, the endpoint detection response side of it, I think having a large enough sample size to where we could effectively evaluate these tools was our first challenge. Most of the time we would go out, we would sit with industry and ask them, hey, what is your F1 score, right? Like how well do you do at detecting malware? And they all claim, oh, we do 99.999% detection rate, right? And then you start to peel that onion back and you look in and you see, okay, well, that's on maybe 500 or 1,000 samples of this one file type that you detect, right? And so we really went through and did quite a bit of extensive gathering of malware and benignware samples and built out this corpus of about 34 million samples of like every file type you could imagine out there. Developed some of our own 0 days for it, and then ran that through, and that really showed us the actual results of these tool sets, not just on these limited subsets that they've done. On the network detection side, we had to emulate advanced threats, so we hired a super advanced red team to come in. These guys are great. They came in and executed varying levels, emulating APT activity, et cetera, and that really showed us from that side of it how well those network tools did at performing that. And then on the SOAR, for the SOC automation piece of it, really we looked at this of how are we going to get analyst feedback from Navy operators. So I reached out to over 50 analysts throughout the fleet all over the globe, and we were able to get participation from all of them to really come in and look at those tools and evaluate them head to head and give us, not only just quantitative but qualitative results that really helped us to determine, like we did earlier today, that Splunk was the winner for that challenge.
That's great. So Mike, you've conducted extensive market research of cyber AI tools over the past several years. In your opinion, where is industry applying AI within their cybersecurity tool offerings?
Okay, yeah. So as I mentioned, we've done EDR, NDR, and SOAR. I think the other two areas we've seen that are really ripe for this are UEBA, which is User Entity Behavioral Analytics, really helping you to understand patterns in user behavior on your network, just gathers a bunch of telemetry data, pulls that in, and then looks at how do they compare with the way that they've actually, with their peer groups, right, with other people that maybe are in similar functions as them or their patterns from previous history. Yeah. And then the other side of it, I would say, is cyber deception systems. So using decoys, right, to really try to either gather insider or outsider threats, right, and be able to know where the attackers are in your network. Those are really the two key areas I've seen.
I mean, I love it when you guys are talking about this. I feel like a 5-year-old again. We're talking about hide and seek, capture the flag. Takes me back to the good old days. You guys are pretty quiet on Slido there. I've got one last question for Mike, which Louie's already answered. So get those questions in for the panel. But Mike, for those government leaders watching this panel, thinking that they want to hold an event or a challenge, what words of advice do you have? And then what's the one thing that was most unexpected or surprised you, and fire alarms don't count again?
So I would say the advice and the expectation, the most surprise, go together. So clearly define your problem up front. If you don't, you're going to have a lot of questions as you go through this, which will drag out the timeline. So the better you define your problem and the expectation of what you want in your submission package, the better off you'll be when you get to that actual phase where you receive those submissions and can move forward with your evaluation phase. Plan ahead as much as possible. I don't think you can have enough time in your schedule for these because things unexpectedly come up. Trying to install and configure some of these tool sets can present a challenge in itself. So just allow yourself enough time in your schedule that you're able to meet your expectation. And really the other one I would say is to consult with the challenge.gov team day one. They are phenomenal. They're experts in this. They do this day in and day out. And they will really help you to get through these challenges and be successful at the end of the day.
All right, thanks, Mike.
Yeah, you're welcome.
All right, guys, I'm not getting any questions from the audience. So, Louis, any final words of advice or any last thoughts we haven't hit on this panel you want to share with the audience? Mike, same questions coming to you.
Sorry, I got a little delay there. No, I think what Mike said was pretty, straight on point. Don't think I have anything else to add.
All right, Mike?
No, likewise. I think we're good.
All right.
Get out of here before another fire alarm goes off. So.
I know. All right. Well, first off, Louis, Mike, I can't thank you enough for having this eventful conversation with us today. Hackathons, challenge events are a brilliant way for the government to really get out there and find new solutions. It gives your organization a chance to brand itself as innovative and show that you're thinking about new ways of attacking problems and working with industry. It's a great recruiting event. We've got a captive audience of 100+ data scientists right now looking at a DoD problem, and we hope that they're going to come join the workforce because we need them here. We heard Mike talk about it's great for solutioning. We know that the DoD 5000 series asks for AOA's alternatives of analysis. This is part of your market research that helps you move down that area. And most importantly, it's all about new ideas. And so with that, we thank the audience for putting up with the fire alarm. And we're going to call the panel. Please tune in at the top of the hour for the next panel. And thank you, Hack the Machine.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Welcome back to the workshop here at Naval X in Alexandria. This session is on integrating autonomous systems in challenging areas of operation. And it's focused on the autonomy challenges facing dynamic areas of operation, including global areas that are a little different from ours, and local community complexities. How can rapid innovations like this, events like this, help these communities ingest and adapt to autonomous systems? Now, I make no pretense about being an expert in this field, so I'm thrilled to welcome our guests here with us today. They are joining us via Zoom, and I believe I have Mr. Chris Hegney from 4th Fleet with us, and Mr. Joel Young. I will have our guests, hello guys, take a minute to introduce themselves and tell us a little bit about why this topic matters to them. We'll start with you, Mr. Hegney. How are you doing today? Oh, we might have oh, there we are.
So I think Chris might be having challenges logging in. This is Chris Murphy, the Tech Science Advisor.
Chris Murphy, who is a science advisor with ONR Global. Can you tell us a little bit about then what you're doing? And we will go right over to Joel right after. But what are you doing these days, and why does this interest you?
Absolutely. So I'm the science advisor to the commander of the U.S. Pacific. And this is an ONR Global position that is really meant to facilitate the push and pull of technologies from the Navy Research and Development Enterprise and the operational fleet. And today's topic is incredibly relevant because autonomous systems are really reaching that level of maturity where they're coming off of the lab benches and they're getting into the water, and they're available for us to start experimenting with and writing into our doctrine and tactics for how we envision using these systems to enable warfighting capabilities in the near future. Looking forward to the discussion. Thanks.
Awesome, awesome. And Mr. Young, thank you for joining us today. Can you tell us a little bit about you and what you're doing and why this topic interests you?
Yes, I'm an analyst at U.S. Indo-Pacific Command in the Joint Innovation and Experimentation Division. I'm working on counter UUV technology.
Awesome. Excellent. All right. Well, while we wait for, we have a couple guests.
A lot of people will look at the parallel.
Okay.
Okay. Real quick, a lot of people will parallel the counter UUV situation to the much more mature counter small UAS situation.
Oh, I see a third has joined us. Do I have a Chris Hegney?
Looks like Sam Royster there.
Do we have audio? Can you hear me? Or is that Sam Royster?
Yeah, it's Lieutenant Royster.
Oh, hi, there we go. Okay. Sam, you are joining us. You are your MPS, right? The Naval, I believe, Naval Postgraduate Studies, is that right?
Yeah, Naval Postgraduate School.
Yes. And I actually met you via LinkedIn, and you had done some really cool work with AI. Can you tell me why this topic is of interest to you and what you're doing? And recently won an award for.
Yeah, so I was invited to participate based off of just presenting at the Naval X Challenge Summit in 2021 and winning that pitch competition based off of my pitch to use like man-unmanned teaming in robotic hull cleaning, so hull husbandry operations, just as kind of a field where before we fight with these vehicles, we kind of can get all our lessons learned in an easily more controlled environment, like for maintenance and that kind of stuff, and then we can take those lessons learned and use it for like mine hunting in offensive environments later. Just use it once we build these tools that are going to be helpful for maintenance. So
awesome. So let's talk about this. We're going to people who are watching this who may not have the same military background or the same information or experience. Let's kind of walk them into this conversation a little bit, right? So when we talk about a dynamic area or a challenged area, we mean areas that we will operate in that we don't control all the pieces and parts in. We're not the only people there, and we may even have some some constraints on our movement based on political or socio-geographical concerns happening in areas. So a dynamic or challenging domain means that we don't get to set the rules for everything that we need to do in that environment, right? And that comes with its own default set of challenges just operating in that today, right, with manned systems that we combat. So if you think about that from just that basic start, what does autonomy, adding in autonomous systems and autonomous, especially complete autonomous platforms, what does that add into that challenging, that challenge sphere? What are the things we're looking at that we're concerned about or we need to get after? And anyone's free to answer first.
Yeah, I'll jump in here. So the mission of Indo-PACOM and Pacific Fleet is really to ensure free and open Indo-Pacific, and to build relationships and capabilities with our allies and partners. And what makes that challenging probably is first and foremost scale. It's easy to see how big our area is on the map, but we lose sense of what a line of sight from a 6-foot tall mast looks like in the middle of the Philippine Sea. On the average map, if I took the dot from the tip of my pen and put it on the map, that's probably what that individual system can see. So really respecting sort of the tyranny of distance out here. We also have a really diverse set of missions. Everything from humanitarian aid and disaster relief to, making sure we can field and sustain high-end warfighting capabilities in the region. And within that, there is a whole different subset of missions, all of which require unique capabilities traditionally done today and overseen and managed by, thinking and intelligent, highly trained human beings. And so when we think about autonomous systems and how they're going to integrate in, we need to, make sure that we don't lose sight of the question that we're trying to answer. It's very unlikely today that there's any single solution that can replace a fully trained, officer or crew or ship in the Navy. And so scoping expectations and solving problems one at a time, I think, is a reliable way to respect unmanned and autonomous technologies that are maturing, while giving them the flexibility and maturity to be valuable outside of the labs, outside of our harbors, operating forward.
All right. I would have never guessed all of that, but good. That's a great start. Mr. Young, and we have another person joining us, I think. Oh, we have someone on the phone.
Sorry, I just turned my video on and off.
Joined via phone.
Awesome. Okay. Can you repeat from the phone who is it? Who we have?
Chris Fragney just joined from the phone.
Hi.
From
yes,
Naval Forces Southern Command and the 4th Fleet.
Excellent. And before we were just talking about just some of the basic challenges that autonomy introduces into these dynamic areas. But Chris, Mr. Hagney, can you tell us why this topic matters to what you're doing over at 4th Fleet?
Yeah, absolutely. So, there's a push towards autonomy for the entire Department of Defense, and the Navy's use is many things, right? I mean, the DoD writ large is used as many things, right? If I can remove a manned person from a risky environment, then I can shift that risk onto some machine that can go and perform maybe even more risky things. So I can buy down the human cost of conflict. So there's that kind of big picture reason to go to autonomous systems. It's also very expensive to train people, right? If we look at how much it costs to train pilots and things that are skilled enough to do the missions that we need, it costs a lot of money to invest in those assets as human operators. So if I can defer some of that cost into machines that I can train, that is a way to increase our combat power with while decreasing cost, right? So those are some of the big pictures. But for us in the SOUTHCOM, U.S. Southern Command AOR area of responsibility, which is South America, Central America, and the Caribbean, we've really got to come up with cheaper alternatives to provide intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance. That's a big gap that we have. We have a whole lot of ocean to cover. We have very few assets to do it. So how can we get after that problem in a kind of creative new way, realizing that, we're not going to, have some huge flush cash, tons of money to go spend at this problem, tons of ships, tons of airplanes. We're just not going to get that in this AOR. So what can we do? What can we do differently? And autonomous systems is really one of the key solutions for us that will allow us to have, increased maritime domain awareness at a lower cost point. That's really what we're trying to deliver for the commander. Over.
Excellent. Okay, so in terms, we're talking about, you're already in a dynamic or a challenged area of operations, right? And then we know what that means when you have we have a pretty good idea of what that means when you have a manned system. You're adding in autonomy. We've talked about what those additional autonomy challenges adds to that conversation. So if we know that it's already challenging, and we know it's already hard with manned systems, and now we're adding in the addition of autonomy, how are we going to, what are the key indicators or the key things we need to start thinking about to integrate this autonomy into this? Because it's not just, like I said in the beginning, it's not just us, right? We're affecting other partners, and we're potentially putting ourselves more at risk with people who are kind of challenging us in the different domains. And I'll add to this that autonomy, on the Navy side, is not just going to be applied abroad and afloat. We have ashore pieces of autonomy and autonomous systems being integrated into our life cycle, and there's some challenges there too. I mean, you can even go out to the shipyards and things and have those, on the port side and say, hey, you can't just put autonomy wherever you want. So I'm interested in kind of what your thoughts are on how we approach the topic of integrating in these domains.
Yeah, that question was for me, Christopher Higgins.
I'm sorry, say that again, sir?
Oh, was that question for me?
Well, that's for anyone. So you're all welcome to answer. If you've got an answer, that's great. I'm also looking at Mr. Young is here on the call with us. I have Chris Murphy, who is the science advisor from ONR Global, with I'm going to say the wrong fleet. I just know I am. And then I've also got Mr. Sam Royster, who is recently an awardee, who's at the Naval Postgraduate Study School here with us. So you weren't here when we did introductions, sir. So they're all on the call. So when the questions are open for everyone to jump in on.
All right, wonderful. This is Chris Hegney. So I'll take a first swing at that, and I'll give a very specific example of something that's hurting our head today. That's probably one of the number one things, if not the number one thing, that I am focused on trying to solve. And so when we talk about challenging operating areas, we think about things like GPS denied or degraded environments, or comms denied or degraded environments. And so the biggest piece that is going to enable that autonomy is onboard processing, right? How we kind of do it now is you have a remote operator, you launch a UAS, for example, or an unmanned surface vessel or something, and there's a human that's still controlling that. There's a lot of autonomy built in, right? The airplane flies itself, right? It can keep its wings level, it can adjust to wind gusts, it can fly to a waypoint. If it drops a comm signal, it can perform some pre-planned maneuver. It does a lot of that autonomy piece, but we still have a human integrated with that command and control of that aircraft. Now, some of that's technically, we need it for technical reasons. Some of that's policy reasons, right? We don't necessarily want to make everything completely autonomous and take the human decision maker out of the kill chain. But one of the big technical pieces that we really need to solve is that onboard processing capability. There's a big difference between having your Roomba automatically, vacuum your floor and having Terminator decide which person to shoot, right? And so the onboard processing piece is really critical And obviously, as we, advance microelectronics and miniaturize the size, weight, and power requirements, we're gonna get there, right? Processing power is gonna increase and all that good stuff. So I think that happens naturally. But one of the things that we really need to focus on right now to solve the DoD's problem is the ability to detect and avoid obstacles or things that you're going to collide with. So for example, in the unmanned aircraft space, say I fly an aircraft out, 200, 300 nautical miles out into the sea, and it's out there performing its mission, doing whatever it's doing. Well, if that aircraft, runs into a passenger airplane and hundreds of people die, that's bad news, right, for the people on the airplane, but it's bad news for the Navy. It's bad news for what we're trying to do, right? That sets us back. So the operational commanders, at least in the Southcom area of responsibility, don't have an appetite to do that. So unless we have the ability for that aircraft to be able to detect its surroundings with either onboard radar or onboard electro-optical systems or onboard acoustic detection systems, right? Think of all the things that humans bring, all the sensors we bring, eyes, ears, all that stuff. If the UAS doesn't have an ability to detect its surroundings and dodge another aircraft that it's going to collide with, a lot of times operational commanders won't employ that aircraft outside of an air traffic controlled space. And so when we're talking about way out in the ocean, there's no air traffic control out there. So we're really limiting ourselves to kind of coastal operations or some operations where there's a ship that's got this big radar that's radiating. So we really need to get away from that, and onboard processing is the answer. So to this specific example about the ability to detect and avoid reliably on unmanned systems, that is something critical that we need to tackle like right now if we're going to deploy these things in outside of air traffic controlled space.
Okay, so I mean, I totally understand everything you just said. Sam or Joel, do you have any thoughts about the onboard processing piece? Sam, I know this is like an area of you've been doing a lot of work on thinking about. So, and Joel, I'm not sure what your depth of knowledge is on this, but I'm interested in other thoughts on do we have solutions ready for this, or how quickly can we get after this problem?
No, that is a good question, and I agree. It's Chris, right? At
Yes.
Southcom?
Mr. Heggie, yep.
Yeah. I agree with a good portion of what you said there, that a lot of the autonomy is going to be dependent on sensors and how good are the sensors that you're going to use in an environment. In some cases and applications, we might not be there yet. Specifically, I'm looking at underwater in littorals and ports and harbors. So the acoustics is a very difficult problem in those environments. Do we have enough information? Are the sensors good enough is one of the questions.
I think it's in addition to the onboard processing, like limiting the amount of bandwidth required to pass back to higher headquarters. It's a data, like machine learning can't happen without groomed data sets. So without the military, the situations that these vehicles are going to run into are like very discrete, and then there's limited opportunities to gain data about them in any instance, right? So a Waymo self-driving car can log 10,000 hours trying to make left turns, and it still struggles, right, to make that decision of how much, will I be able to make this left turn without crashing into the oncoming traffic? And they still struggle with that, and they've been able to do 10,000 hours. How do we get that data set and to be large enough that the machine can then make that decision when it's deciding whether hostile intent is being displayed by an adversary, right? So being able to glean those data sets, right, and then or figure out how to artificially generate them and then put them into our rules-based systems so that the systems can accomplish machine learning is also a big challenge, right? So we, going back to what Chris talked about, even just in the maintenance aspect, right, which isn't that hard of a problem, right? All I'm trying to do is clean grass off of the side of ship hulls. But in order to accomplish the inspection, right, the vehicle needs to be able to look at the entire side of the hull, identify where there's grass, where there's paint, where there might be damage, where there's barnacles that maybe the brush is not going to be able to remove. And while there's a lot of pictures out there, none of them have been, no one has gone in and made object detection boxes, right, for all of those different types of features. So like that data set doesn't exist. So I can't train my robot to look for those things because the data set doesn't exist, right? So we have to figure out what questions does the robot need answered in its rules-based system, and then what data set then would support it being able to make those decisions. And then we have to basically groom and generate those data sets. So it's you can't put the cart before the horse. If you put the greatest sensor in the world on the system, but it isn't able to make a decision based on that system because it has no data to base its logic off of, right? It's not going to be able to accomplish its mission.
Awesome. Okay, so if I'm hearing you all, and I know I am hearing you correctly, is that you've got the data set issue, we've got a bandwidth processing issue, and kind of a processing on the edge, right? Like what can you do on these small form factor, a lot of times autonomous systems, or in these to process there without having to send it back to home, or if you're especially in a denied area, you can't send it back to home. It's got to make some decisions right there. Ultimately, these all tie back to trust, right? The ability in an active mission, which probably won't, I mean, it could be all autonomous systems out executing a mission, but you're probably looking at a hybrid approach, right? Where you've got a mixture of manned and unmanned systems. You have to trust it. You have to trust that it's making the right choices and you've sent it out and it's going to be able to make the right decisions that are out there. So even if we get after the bandwidth and we get after the processing and we get after some of the data sets, how do we achieve that part where we're able to trust it in this environment and trust what it's sending back as well when we can't maybe not have eyes on or it's been out there for a long period of time, and especially in these, again, more dynamic and challenging areas of operation?
Hey, this is I'm getting a lot of static. You guys hear that too, or no? Is that just me?
How about now?
No, I guess it's getting a little better. This is okay. It went away. This is Chris Fragney. So let me take another quick shot at that question. So I think what makes it really difficult for us is we're in the business of killing people, right? And so that's a high bar of accepting accuracy deviations. So for example, if you look at like the post office has for years been sorting mail with an optical character recognition photo scanner, right? So I write my address on where I want my letter to go. I send it through. It scans 1 million pieces of letter a minute, or whatever it does, and then it says, okay, it reads my terrible handwriting, it deciphers what I mean, and it automatically routes it to get on the right truck to get to the place that I want it to go. So we've been relying on autonomous systems for a long time, and the risk of failure in that case is what my letter goes to the wrong truck, and then eventually it doesn't get delivered where it wants to go. It comes back, and then a human falls back and reads that and says, oh yeah, no, I just read the wrong thing. Here's the address, and it's in the right sorting bin, right? So the risk matrix is a likelihood and consequence, graph. So even if I get the likelihood all the way down, if the consequence is very high or very low, that's going to change my risk tolerance for accepting this automation technology. So in our case, if my mail goes to the wrong house, it might not be a big deal, but if I shoot somebody, that's a big deal. And so I think our ability or the tolerance for mistakes when we're talking about life and death decisions is going to be much, much higher in this arena than it is in maybe some other industry problem sets. So I think that it's going to be very, very difficult if we're talking about solving a problem of, making decisions to drop bombs on targets or not in an automated way. That's probably, a bridge too far for the policy question that you asked, for now, right? But I think there are definitely things that we can do, like like looking at targets in the ocean and sending them back to a human to have the human validate, or looking at the side of a hull and having the computer recommend places to blend and fill out corrosion. Things like that are absolutely things that we could autonomize today. And then as the world, as we as a collective world see more and more of those successful lower consequence applications for autonomy coming out, I think that our tolerance for getting higher and higher and higher reliance on autonomous decision making will improve. Does that make sense? Over.
That's a good point. Christopher Murphy, I think you were about to chime in.
Yeah, I think the original question was about trust. And I will highlight in April of this year, Packfleet partnered with the Office of Naval Research to bring essentially the, I won't say best of breed, but a well-represented set of unmanned or autonomous systems to San Diego for what was called the Integrated Battle Problem 21. If you're not familiar with it, I highly recommend you Google it. There's some great photos out there, some great articles that were written about what we were doing, why we were doing it, and what we learned from. And what one of the most, probably permanent impressions that I walked away with from that event was sailors and autonomous systems and how they evolved over the course of 2 weeks. And there are discrete examples of unmanned systems with, I would say admittedly, in many cases, limited autonomy being given to a sailor, obviously with supervision and training to use. And the way that they evolved, how they thought about these systems was interesting, because it went from something that kind of sat on the side or was used sort of, outside of the sphere of how we normally do things, to integrating into, established SOPs and tactics, doctrine. And that's all within a little bit of experimentation within 2 weeks. And so it's important in the trust building realm to build familiarity. And to build familiarity, you have to get products out there. If we continue to focus on monolithic programs, projects, systems of systems, get out there, it's always tomorrow. And the problem is tomorrow never comes. So creating, defining your minimum viable products, getting it out there, experimenting with it, learning from it, and feeding that back into the labs, the companies, the organizations building these systems is incredibly important. And that trust and autonomy ultimately comes back to building trust and relationships between the operators and the humans that are building those systems.
So let's pull that thread a minute, because one of the things that Sam talked about earlier was having the right data sets and the breadth of data you need so that the machines can learn, right, so that you can then trust them. And it sounds like how are we going to be able to do that, especially if we're inviting industry and non-traditionals to help us along the way, and we don't give them our real data when we're out there doing these things, or if their systems are gathering it, sometimes their systems don't talk to each other and they're not on the same networks or the same, there's some technical connections, right, that have to be there, and some ways of building those data repositories. Is that an activity that we're actually doing right now, or are those things we need to get after?
Well, yeah, so this is Chris Hagney. I'll answer that one as well. So it depends on the activity, right? So in full motion video target detection realm, right, that's a high area of investment for the DoD. The Office of Secretary of Defense has a program called Project Maven that invests in building those labeled data sets. So they take footage from manned and unmanned aircraft and satellites and surface vessels, all kinds of stuff. They take that footage, they'll send it out to human operators, and human operators will do the image processing, right? Where they'll look and they'll say, okay, we're looking for buried IEDs in the sand in Iraq. So they'll take all these pictures of buried IEDs, they'll draw boxes around where the IEDs were, and we'll have labeled data sets that we can then provide to industry and academia to go and develop target recognition, computer vision algorithms. And then Project Maven has competitions to see who's got the best algorithm to find buried IEDs, for example, or in our case in Southcom, semi-submersibles in the water, or go-fast boats on the surface of the water, right? So that type of work is being done for things like full motion video. There are data sets that I physically have that I've provided to our industry partners to do similar things that are unclassified. So sometimes we'll use these unclassified data sets as surrogates. We see which algorithms are the most effective for finding what we want, and then we pull that into the higher levels of classification and test efficacy at in classified spaces. Over.
Okay. So are we saying that we're doing the work? We just, it's going to take a little time to build up build up that entire ecosystem to have that trust, or do we still have areas where we are going to need some help in actually integrating these systems in external to the activity we currently have ongoing in the Navy?
So I think that part of the answer there is that we live in an inherently data sparse environment, right? People will have data sets. People can make up data sets. We can spend a lot of time and effort there, but we're going to have inherent gaps in that data. And so one of the tools and the capabilities I think can help out is to be able to look at an algorithm or whatever, sort of machine learning architecture you're building, and to look at the available data sets and make recommendations for what data would be required or needed in order to provide better answers, provide more statistically accurate or relevant answers. And that then can drive, people who generate those data sets to go out there and explicitly look for, more pictures of boxes and IEDs in the sand. You can make up, an infinite number of different applications. But because we don't do a good job of collecting and storing any and every piece of data today, being able to target those collections is important. And underpinning all that is we don't have a workforce that speaks AI, ML, data science, however you want to label it. And so because of that there's a lot of decisions based on PowerPoint deep knowledge. So we have to educate our workforce in order to understand not just the importance of data and that it's important, but what elements of data and how that specifically applies to the technical sciences that underpin the ultimate results.
Any other thoughts on that? I know that some of you are in the RDT&E community specifically, and Sam, you're at MPS. Are those communities getting after some of the more cutting edge or the ideas of how we build some of the solutions from inside, or even integrating with academia and industry from where you sit to go after some of these?
I mean, there's some interesting technology to take a single photo and then basically generate artificial data set from just that single photo. So there is like a way to try and train a data set to predict or get a training data set based off of a very limited amount of data. You can kind of expand it by rotating and changing the color and kind of predicting what the other side of the aircraft looks like based off of, or like ship looks like based off of just our own like human knowledge of what that system should look like. And then I think just from an operator perspective, as a former submariner, I mean, kind of understanding the limitations of the system that you're operating with is also very important. So I mean, like in I don't know, going back to the whole cleaning robotics, right? Right now, the vehicles that are being deployed today can only accomplish about 80% of the cleaning, and they can't do the niche surface areas. So they can't clean like the rudder and propeller because it's just kind of a weird shape, and the vehicle is just not really designed to do that. So like when you deploy that vehicle, you just kind of know that 20% of the solution it's going to have to be supported by human-machine teaming, right? So it's just kind of explaining the bounds of the problem and the system's capabilities to those operators, and then they can kind of figure out the best way to accomplish the rest of the mission, right? So if you're deploying with some sort of unmanned service vessel that's able to detect stuff passively via sonar, but it's not really able to do complex target motion analysis, right? The human operator can provide those inputs into that system, right? And it still reduces bandwidth and expands your sensor range. So just kind of understanding what limitations are, what data is being fed into the system, and what the limitations of the output that it's providing are is important. And I don't think that operators are not able to learn that and understand that. I think that's the key to building that trust, is kind of trusting the operators to know the limitations of the systems that they're deploying with.
Okay. So one of the reasons that we do this at Hack the Machine, we have these conversations, right, is to get help and to have these rapid innovation challenges, get militarily applicable solutions back out. So, this is part of a continuum. We're going to, continue with this Hack the Machine Unmanned series for a couple, and we're going to do some in person and have some systems in the water with us, and if we're going forward. If you were looking at, hey, the future of what I would do in a rapid innovation challenge to try and get us moving forward, what would you ask for?
Real quick, I kind of like Sam's idea of, can you extrapolate from human instinct to create your data set? The things that you see with your eyes, and you can turn it in all different directions and orientations, and you still know what it is. And to create that data set, otherwise you do it manually.
All right. Any other ideas or thoughts that would get us towards this?
This is Chris Hagney. I have one.
Sure.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to give an example that I used to go into meetings before where they were doing explosive detection, and sometimes the question is, would you rather have the technology or the military working dog? And the guys that work military working dogs in EOD never say they want the technology because it's not as good. And so can you make your AI as good as the dog? And in some cases, maybe a lot of cases, the human is the best classifier today.
That's a good benchmark.
Chris, let me give an example. I think is pretty important and something that could be done today in partnership with industry. If you imagine I have a human that comes on to a deployment, and they're gonna serve on in the backseat of P8, and they're gonna be looking for surface targets. They come on, and their ability to find the targets that are in that theater that they're flying in is not very good. They're a novice. As they're in this 2 or 3 year deployment to the theater, they get really good at finding the targets that they want to find that operate in that theater. They get to understand the pattern of life. They get to understand, what the geography impact is on the sensor returns. They just get really good at it. And at the end of that 2 years, they're as good as you can get for a human. And then what do? We send them off to some tour in some other place, and we lose all that knowledge. And then we get a fresh new person, and they have to start over again. So there are some inherent negatives of relying on humans to do kind of target detection, analysis stuff. And if we could have a machine learning solution that just continuously gets better year after year, decade after decade, eventually it's going to get really, really good at finding all sorts of things in all sorts of environments. And so I think that's really the carrot, right? That's why we need to do this AI ML thing more. So if you look at kind of where industry's going and an area that's really going to have huge advances, it's commercial overhead satellite imagery, right? If you look at unclassified imagery that's available today, I can go to Google Maps and I can see my house and I can see how many cars are parked in my house. And that commercial imagery is just going to get better and better and better and better, regardless of military investment. And so processing those images, those commercially available images, unclassified images for things, right? In our case, we're the Navy, so we want to see maritime things. That is something that industry could do for us today and continuously improve as, new satellites, new sensors, new things are put into space. That's all unclassified. And so if you think about things like doing things that we do today, like pattern of life for ships. So, you could go on Google and find out where are Navy ports for, threats around the world. And you can look at those unclassified, satellite pictures and say, okay, well, how many ships do they have? And what are the pattern of life of those ships? And where do they go patrol? And when do they go do it? What do they do? That type of analysis could be done right now. And that type of analysis could be done 5 years from now with the enhanced commercial imagery that's coming out. And so that's the kind of thing where industry could absolutely engage and do that and bring capability to the DoD that the DoD may or may not have. And at price points that the DoD can afford, right? That's the other big piece. So we really need to look at things like that we could be doing right now, and maybe invest in those. Over.
Right.
Yeah, for some of these challenges in innovation, gatherings moving forward, one of the, and this harkens back a little bit to the integration. It's what we've seen and struggled with a lot out is every time we come across an unmanned system, it is truly a system of systems, and you can break it at a very high level, and you can obviously do this as much as you want into, you have platforms, payloads, C2/autonomy, and then mission planning or planning elements to it. Often, mature solutions bring in solutions, and that highlights that moving forward, in order for us to realize the benefits that we say we want out of autonomous systems, scale and capacity, capabilities with defined mission sets, and we want them to be, cheap as well. In order to realize those, we need to get better at integrating these different and facilitating the integration of these different components. And so, a challenge where you take disparate payloads and platforms and autonomy abilities and figuring out the most efficient and effective ways to integrate them would be incredibly value added. If someone comes with a, let's say an unmanned sailboat, says we have this great thing, and as the DoD we say, yeah, well, we want to, squeeze in this big piece of crypto and comms gear. That might not be, something that is sort of a plug and play solution. So the answer is yes, we can do that, but it will take time and money. And now we violated some of those key tenets for why we want to use autonomous systems in the beginning. So figuring out how to take these small disparate components and integrate them in a rapid and efficient way, being able to, it's almost like an API generator, integration, ICD generator. That kind of thing, I think, would really facilitate opening up this space to mix and match the best payloads, platforms, autonomy capabilities, and planning capabilities to give operational commanders flexibility that doesn't require a 20-year, $500 billion program to realize.
Awesome. I think the idea
of... This is Chris Hegney. Let me
go ahead, Sam.
Add to that, because, Chris mentioned something that I I think is really, really key for us in the DoD. And it's funny because, the title of this discussion today is integrating autonomous systems in challenging areas of operation. I think you could even remove the whole challenging areas of operation. Let's just talk about integrating the autonomous systems that we have today. That is really, really hard. Even in our own, ranges, even in the lab, it's very difficult. So something that industry can do, and especially this group can do, is help us figure out the government, figure out ways to kind of force like open source architecture, force interoperability of systems. Because we as the government, we a lot of times have, major prime, prime contractors, right? Like the Boeings and the Lockheeds and the Raytheons of the world, those types of people. And they make their money by having us locked into their vendor solution, right? So if I want to have this unmanned system, I've got to get, all of the things, all the widgets, all the stuff that comes with it. And of course, it doesn't play nice with the other unmanned systems that I bought from their competitors. And I mean, that's just kind of how industry works and how, companies work. But it doesn't have to be that way. If you look at things that have been successful, interoperability that's been successful, things like computers, right? Computer standards, a lot of networking standards, all have come together. Companies have come together. They've agreed, hey, this is how we're going to communicate. This is how we're going to operate. And still, even when you look at that, some companies like to try to wedge out some proprietary connectors, some proprietary standards, some proprietary protocol. And smart folks like the people that do Hack the Machine, they'll go through and they'll write a wrapper that'll take that proprietary protocol and genericize it or standardize it. So then us as the government, we could come in and say, hey, yeah, I'm in vendor lock with this vendor, and they're wanting to charge me $1 billion to create this standard, that ecosystem that lets these unmanned systems connect to these other autonomous systems. But I don't have $1 billion. So what can you do, Hack the Machine? How can you help me? Well, maybe Hack the Machine can come in and look at some of these proprietary vendor lock systems and say, okay, I'm going to write you a wrapper or some sort of API or something that lets you plug into that proprietary system and be that interface between the autonomous systems that I have today. That's a huge problem. We've been talking about it for, I don't know, at least 20 years, and we're still kind of stuck. So that's something that I think we definitely could use help from this group with solving. Over.
I think too that, like Chris Murphy already said, trying to design a total system solution in the near term is kind of it's always going to be tomorrow because the task is too hard. But like in the near term, right, we don't necessarily we know that there's going to be human machine teaming, right? We know that humans are going to be in the loop or on the loop, right, kind of monitoring these systems. So we don't necessarily need the AI to have the 100% right answer. We just need to know that the AI can be able to know what wrong looks like, right? So we kind of look at 90% of the stuff that we do, or the stuff that we detect on sonar or visually, right, is boring. It's information that's not important for the mission, right? So if we can use civilian data sets to identify boring features, and really then the AI only alerts when it detects something that is interesting, right, something not boring, and then that basically will reduce bandwidth, operator bandwidth. So we're not having people staring there just sorting through all this boring stuff. They're just looking for those alerts from the AI that they detected something that looks out of the normal, right? And the AI doesn't need to necessarily know what it is at this point and be able to say, hey, that is a enemy combatant, or that is something displaying threat intent, right? We don't need it to say that. We just need to know that all we need at this point in the near term is the ability for the AI to say, hey, this is not normal. I need like human assistance, right, in order to accomplish the rest of that task, right? So it can do 80-90% of all that boring stuff, just sorting through those huge amounts of data, freeing up human operators to either manage more of these systems or perform the higher level cognitive tasks, right, that are important for execution of high level military operations. But the AI is there to reduce the bandwidth in the near term. So using that overhead ship imagery data set or whatever side view imagery of ships, right? The AI could just be there watching, right? And then anytime that it detects something not interesting, right? Like a little CAPTCHA thing could pop up on the screen for the OSS operator, right? And they could be like, oh, I don't know what this is, right? Tell me what this is, right? And then they can kind of validate it. And then the operator there is one refining the data set while they're standing there on watch, but most of their bandwidth is not taken up with being like, oh, that's a class 2 merchant, oh, that's a fishing vessel, right? Because their civilian data sets exist for the that AI to be able to detect that. So the OSS operator then could really focus on only the stuff that's interesting and then helping train the AI while they're sitting there on watch. So I think that would be the bridge in the near term, right? So we can get to once we have that working and the AI is good at detecting stuff that's not normal, then it can work on detecting, like actually refining to the 100% right solution. But first it just needs to know what wrong looks like.
So I'm going to tie back a minute. And so Sam, I'm taking notes on everything you guys are saying here, and I captured that. But I want to tie back because I have an audience member question here that is asking, so the government has mandated open system standards in other areas like, desktop publishing, Microsoft Word, Excel, et cetera. Sorry? Okay.
This is Chris Hegney. I'm still on.
So the question is, why not mandate a standard for UAV control systems? And these might apply across all UXS systems. We've been talking to ourselves
for the last 5 minutes.
I know, and that was a really good point. Hopefully that was still recorded.
I'm not sure if they're hearing me, guys.
Is anybody at Hack the Machine still on here?
Yeah, are you guys not seeing us? Oh, I think we lost them. We're disconnected. All right, well, I will tee up the question for the team, and we will get you guys a virtual answer. We clearly had a technical loss here where...
Eric Nicholas, I see your screen. Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me? All right, well, then we will have to catch up at another time. And I do thank our August panel, Mr. Hegney, Chris Murphy, and Mr. Joel Young, and Sam Royster for joining us on this conversation. It was very interesting. If you recommend it to your friends. And we'll see you again at the next section of the Designer Series.
Chris, do you have the number that Nicole gave us earlier for the producer?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. We've got a great panel ahead for you today. My name is Jesse Geip. I am the PAC South Director with the National Security Innovation Network, an OSD R&E program office that has been around for the last 6 years. And today I'll be joined by two colleagues who are with two other organizations, DIU, the Defense Innovation Unit, and NSIC, the National Security Innovation Capital Network. Both of these organizations are really becoming key, I think, to driving new prototype development and pulling in technology across the department. And so today we'll be discussing a bit about what our organizations do and how they can support the Navy's mission in trying to bring in best-in-breed technology to meet the critical demands of our warfighters. And certainly I think it's clear from events like this, where we're discussing complicated issues around cybersecurity and unmanned systems, that the number of challenges that our military is facing in highly technical areas is evolving rapidly. And we need the best minds that we can find from across our country in academic settings, in early stage startups, and in non-traditional players, all at the table to support this critical mission. So today we'll be talking a bit about what each of our organizations do, some of the work that we've already done in support of the Navy, and how, as we continue to evolve our organizations, how they might be an asset to you all, the audience in the Navy, and other individuals who are looking to support the department in different ways. So with that, I'm going to kick it over first to Commander Jeremy Rayner to talk a little bit about DIU and your background, and then I'll move through the group. We're going to have kind of an open conversation today, but hopefully you all walk away from this understanding more about our organizations and come up with some creative ideas as we leave this session on how we can all continue to work together to drive impact for our Navy and our sailors. So Commander Jeremy Rayner, over to you.
Hey, I appreciate it. Yeah, Commander Jeremy Renard. I'm active duty Navy. I serve with DIU as a defense engagement team. My prior background is operations. Just recently left PAC Fleet current operations to come to this job. And as an operator, I can't speak well enough about what DIU has been accomplishing since I've been here. DIU in a nutshell is essentially, we're trying to strengthen the national security innovation base across the board, right? Whether that's at the service level, the operational level, the tactical level, DIU is interested in supporting the warfighter at any level. So the reason why we're doing that is obviously the Department of Defense funding and commercial funding are not in line with each other. At one point that private organization was outspending 10 times on research and development, and DIU decided, or Ash Carter decided back in 2015, that DIU was needed in order to leverage that research and development to bring commercial technology into the Department of Defense. The method that we use is essentially DIU is headquartered in Silicon Valley, and we have commercial engagement, defense engagement, project managers, basically providing the entire package to establish a problem, develop a prototype, get a contract established, and put that out to industry to try to find solutions for the partners that have problems that need to be solved. So that's all I have.
Great, thanks, Jeremy. Appreciate it. Harry, over to you. I'd love to hear a little bit more of your background and what kind of brought you to NSIC, and then if you could provide a bit of an overview on what NSIC is and how it plays in this space.
Sure. My name is Harry Dillon. I actually joined DIU back in the spring, but I have about a 2-decade background working in the high-tech industry. I have education both in engineering as well as an MBA. So I kind of view myself as a geek who knows how to sort of make and manage money. And that was kind of attractive to DIU. But I previously worked in the telecom industry, both on the equipment manufacturing side as well as the operator side. Then I kind of transitioned into the aerospace and defense field. The last 5 years prior to NSIC was working in Lockheed Martin Space. So in all my previous jobs, I got more closer interaction with the military and federal customer base. So after my previous stints, I thought it was a good time to sort of move into sort of the federal government and actually maybe serve my country a little bit in whatever capacity I could. So that led me to DIU. And I was actually, I think, come to think of it, full-time employee number one after I director. So this has been our first year of operation. But more importantly, in terms of what NSEC is and how it evolved, we're a direct peer of sort of the core DIU, which Jeremy mentioned, as well as Ensign, Jesse, where you are. So if you think about DIU as a three-pronged fork, we're kind of the newest fork. And specifically, we're a DoD initiative that enables dual-use hardware startups to advance their product development to address some of the shortfalls in private investment capital from trusted sources. And the best way to kind of understand that is to think about how we're kind of similar to DIU, but also different. So in terms of how we're similar, we work directly with startups in various tech ecosystems, like here in Silicon Valley, as well as across the country. We utilize other transaction agreements, or OTAs. So our contracting is more streamlined. We don't have to worry about adhering to all the FAR regulations and more complex acquisitions. And a lot of our technology topics do overlap the core DIU area, but we can also work in some of our own niche fields as well. But the more important thing is how we're different. We specifically focus on hardware startups. So startups which work on software-centric or software-only solutions aren't really in our purview, as well as larger or small and medium-sized businesses, as well as defense contractors. We also work with startups in the earlier stages of their formation. So they probably just got angel investments done, but they're not thinking of doing a Series A in the near term. And they aren't selling, production quality products at scale. Whereas core DIU can work across a whole spectrum of different companies for their various solicitations. We also invest in prototypes or underlying technologies are dual use in nature. So while the defense applications are key, the commercial applications are just as important, and it's really a burden of proof on those startups to demonstrate that to us. And the core DIU also requires a very specific problem statement and DoD sponsor for a lot of their solicitations. We don't have that. We have an open solicitation window that's open all year round. So we kind of are open to the different variety of creativity in terms of problem area and solutions that startups can bring to us. We also have our own process that we follow. It's very similar to core DIU, but a little bit different, again, based on the way we do solicitations. And lastly, we care about technology transition, inserting our technology into the service arms, but that's not directly part of our contracts or immediate success criteria. So we're kind of really working with those startups in their embryonic stages and making sure that they can actually develop products. So I'm happy to talk about that in more detail, but you can also find more detail on our website at nsec.mil.
Great, thanks, Harry. So I'll jump in for Ensign's piece, and I have a slide here as well, if we could pull that up, that I think helps show the three organizations and sort of how we kind of overlap with each other. But so Ensign, the National Security Innovation Network, was also established sort of right at the same time as DIU was back in 2016, coming out of an OSD summer study where individuals sort of acknowledged the fact that there were gaps in programming that were creating challenges for us to pull in some of the brightest minds across our academic institutions, give them access points into the national security ecosystem, and as well providing early stage startups means to sort of rapidly demonstrate their capabilities against problems that we provide to them. And so really core to what Ensign does is we run a series of about 15 different programs. Each of those programs is either geared mainly towards academic institutions or mainly towards startups. And we deploy those programs always on a particular problem that we have sourced directly from a military unit outside of Ensign. So it's coming from a Navy partner, it's coming from an Air Force partner, Marine Corps partner. Those can be strategic, operational, tactical. Sometimes they're personnel problems. They can be technological problems. They can be process problems. And in each one of those settings, we have different tools that we've developed to do problem validation, understand the root causes of a particular issue, and then develop some early stage MVPs and prototypes related to those problems. And really, the goal there is that we're trying to do these things really rapidly at low cost and leverage individuals with talent and skill sets that may not have already been engaged with the department, but certainly could be, and if they are, have the ability and technology and capabilities that can have an impact on our problems. And so, really, if you think about sort of Ensign, NSIC, and DIU, with Ensign also being, reporting up into Defense Innovation Unit. And if we can pull up that slide now, that'd be great. But basically what you can imagine is Ensign sort of sits a little bit earlier in the technology development scale. I don't necessarily love using TRL level, because I think TRL level is sort of a dated terminology when talking to startups and people outside of the DoD. But Ensign is really geared towards academic institutions, accelerators, incubators, pulling these problems that we source from military units, providing those individuals an opportunity to develop a capability against that at really low dollar costs to the government, and then get a prototype to the stage where it can be then potentially handed off either directly to a service partner who can continue to mature that technology, or in some instances the problem doesn't really require further acquisition. The problem is sort of solved at the state in which the team that we had working on it provided the initial solution, and the problem is sort of wrapped up and moved on. NSIC sits sort of above Ensign in terms of providing more meaningful capital, a larger scale, larger dollar amounts to develop hardware on behalf. And so in a perfect world, some of Ensign's programs could feed into NSIC. And then of course DIU sort of sitting at a higher level even than NSIC in terms of pulling in technology directly from high growth commercial startups or more mature companies that have solutions that are viable against the DoD problem, and then can more rapidly scale those solutions to meet the demand of the department. And so really, when you think about our three organizations, NSIC, Ensign, NSIC, and DIU, as we continue to build out our programming, we're really trying to think about sort of from problem ideation and understanding the root causes all the way through prototyping, acquisition, and early sustainment. How can we rapidly field these technologies and pull companies into the national security ecosystem who may not already be government contractors? And I think that we're starting to see across our three organizations that capability develop and mature. So I'm not sure if we're able to pull up the slide, but we'll certainly share it afterwards. But it just sort of maps out what I described there. So with that, I'm going to go back to you, Jeremy, to continue to talk a little bit more about DIU. But can you talk a bit about the process that DIU uses to help attract these commercial technologies into the DoD base?
Yeah, absolutely. So DIU is kind of unique in that we're a open book to the public facing world. DIU.mil is essentially where we set our problem statements, our requests for solutions. People come to DIU, DoD partners, agencies within the government. They come to DIU with a problem. We don't focus on the requirements necessarily, just that there is a problem that needs to get solved. And DIU then tries to figure out if commercial technology is something that can solve that problem for the partner. We do the research. We look at what's available in the industry. We contact everything from startups with 5 people all the way to traditional vendors, and just to see what's out there in industry, what's capable of being put against the problem set. Once decided that the industry has reached a level of competency to solve that problem, the technology is there. We get with the partner and we develop a public-facing problem statement that essentially leaves it wide open. This is our problem. Bring us your solutions, whatever that is. We get plenty of solutions, and we do get them from all levels, all size firms. Once we have those solutions, we do what's called the commercial solution offering. We go through a 3-step process. It's a down select. So we take the basket full of offerings from industry. We look through them. We figure out who's got the best solution. And then we whittle it down, and they come in and they give us a more detailed pitch about what their solution would be. From that, we finally get to the contracting. We sign the contract for a prototype. We have the ability to do both production and prototype contracting. And it's all in-house for DIU. We provide program managers. We provide the commercial engagement side, which basically does the mapping within industry potential vendors. We have the defense engagement side, which works hand in hand with the services and organizations to make sure that there's clear communication about what we're trying to accomplish. And then that program manager really does kind of work lockstep with the named individual from that organization about, what are we trying to accomplish with the CSO? And then finally, we set a goal of 90 days from the time from CSO to signing that final contract. So the speed is really kind of what we hang our hat on. We want to make sure that if there's a capability out there, that we can leverage that OTA agreement to bring it to the warfighter as quickly as possible, in a way that allows for competition and solves a problem set that the DoD partner has.
That's great, Jeremy. And I'm just going to ask this question now. We already have one coming from the chat for you. So Tim asked, what is the difference between DIU and the various works initiatives? WERX, yeah.
So the innovation space is obviously growing within the services and within all aspects. Everybody, the word innovation is definitely on the tips of everybody's tongue nowadays. The service innovation units, we work closely. We have relationships with AFWorks, SpaceWorks, NavalX, and what we do with those is we just communicate. The difference, really, what we bring is the full contracting capability. We also don't use consortiums. We are our own contracting. We have no pass-throughs, so we do everything in-house. And the other part is it's joint, right? So we can leverage if Air Force and Army have the same problem, we can help them both at the same time, and it's through the DoD as opposed to service specific. So it's a cooperational relationship for sure. But yeah, the jointness is really where we kind of hang our hat.
Yeah, no, that's great. And I think that's sort of true for, I'm sure, all three of our organizations, that the works organizations are all partner organizations to ours. I think we have sort of similar cultural mindsets in terms of, trying to deploy new capabilities rapidly. And there might be different tools that our organizations have. And I think the key is just good communication between our organizations and those that are out there that are service specific, and trying to figure out where what we are offering is complementary to what they're doing. And I think there are certainly plenty of examples where that is the case. I mean, I know from just speaking from Ensign's perspective, very often, we're collaborating directly with AFWorks or SpaceWorks or another works organization, NavalX, of course, on the Navy side, to think through, ways that our programming can complement the tools that those organizations do or don't have. So I don't think it's competitive. I think it's just a matter of, there's plenty of room for people to work in this space. And I think we're still in the land of more the merrier, even though the names may become confusing to everyone on the outside. At least in principle, I think it's good that we have more organizations than less. Harry, so over to you now. What areas does NSIC fund? You kind of referenced this a little bit, and can you talk about some of the investments that NSIC is already making or has already made?
Yeah, happy to. We really focus on 5 areas, or what we call topics of interest. They span autonomy, communications, power, sensors, and space. And underneath these topics, we have more detailed subtopics. And you can certainly look on our website at what those are. And we found basically on our first year of experience that they've been, the way we've sort of categorized that space has been flexible enough to get a wide variety of submissions from various startups. And we've had discussions about sort of expanding it further, but currently in our second year of operation for the new fiscal year, which we just started, we're kind of continuing along that path and just have made some very minor refinements in some of the subtopics. But as I mentioned, we concluded our first year of investments, and we actually awarded OTA contracts to 9 different companies. Without going into detail in each one, I can maybe just cover the example technologies and prototypes that we funded in each of those areas. So like in communications, we funded a company which was working on a quantum refrigeration technology for quantum computing and communications. In power, we funded 3 different companies, spanning companies working on battery designs for lithium sulfur, for example, another company working on a manufacturing line for hydrogen fuel cartridges, and another company which was working on lithium-ion batteries, but for flexible designs, so they can have flexible batteries. In sensors, we funded an RF antenna design company, which was working on an RF antenna design based on quantum technology. And we also funded a chip terahertz radar imaging company as well. And in space, we funded 3 different companies. One was working on a vacuum deposition system for space manufacturing. Another company was working on a low-cost reusable rocket engine for unmanned and manned hypersonic applications. And we also funded a company working on next generation satellite bus spacecraft for hosting payloads for space services. So you can see there's a kind of wide spectrum of different companies that we funded in different areas. It's also worth mentioning 2 other points. One is, if you look at those companies, they span actually the whole entire geography of the US, from the East Coast to the Midwest, to the South, to the West Coast. So that's something we were kind of interested in trying to engineer, but we weren't really sure if that would happen. So it was kind of a pleasant surprise at the end of our investment cycle that we could do that. And secondly, just to sort of piggyback on what you and Jeremy was talking about, we do work with the Works organization, especially me. I have a lot of contact with Works. And where they've been kind of helpful is not just having this sort of community of interest jointly among us, but also looking at how we can leverage different funding vehicles in creative ways. So we've already, for example, had 2 companies which we funded directly, and which are now also thinking about doing some additional prototype work, both in similar areas and different areas, with the AFWorks, leveraging their supplementary funding vehicles and TACFI and StratFi, for example, so they can get even additional monies and matching funds from other sources. So we have a working relationship with those organizations. And I think, again, as you mentioned, we have different things that we could bring to the table in creative ways. So it's really just a matter of being coordinated among the organizations and just sort of multiplying the positive effects that we can have.
And Harry, I don't know if could you elaborate on just generally the dollar amounts on those types of funding rounds that you're doing?
Yeah, so generally we don't have any hard limits, but we've funded companies as low as sort of the $500K to $750K on the low end to up to $3 million on the high end. And we found that sort of, we did that for a couple of reasons. One is that some of the problems and prototypes sort of fit into those categories. But also, again, we have a finite funding pool based on what we're authorized from Congress. So we have to manage things at a portfolio level. So we had to, again, kind of think about, how could we best divvy up the dollars for the different opportunities. Ideally, the more funding we have, we can certainly look at, either having more complicated, prototypes that we could fund or have more of them in terms of number. But again, we have to map the way that we work the portfolio with the amount of money that we're allocated by Congress.
Of course, money still remains an issue. I'm not sure that any 3 of our organizations have solved that yet. But that's great, Harry. Appreciate that detail. And just to give some more color to sort of how Ensign operates, really core, the final N in our name, the National Security Innovation Network, is networked for a reason. And we really believe that, part of the strength of what our organization is trying to do is to build a community of innovators. And that overused term, I apologize that we haven't found a better word for it yet, but is really designed to help us identify people with potential solutions to problems rapidly. So when we take in problems, and generally speaking, Ensign is working on pretty much exclusively unclassified problems because the nature of the people that we're trying to engage on those problems are generally speaking going to be people who are not cleared. And so that, if we can find those unclassified problems, that certainly, decreases the barrier of entry for individuals to come and work on challenges and then provide solutions back to the government. But really, Ensign is sort of structured in such a way that we have individuals like myself who are regional directors who have a multi-state jurisdiction that we cover down on. I'm based in San Diego covering Hawaii, California, south of Monterey, and Arizona. But I've got colleagues spread out who cover the rest of the states across the country. And then also we have individuals embedded with specific tier 1 research universities, our university program directors, as we refer to them. And so we've got about 20 university program directors right now, and that number will probably continue to grow. We have 11 regional directors, and then we have our capital staff, which run our individual programs. And so between those two functions of our team, the programmatic staff based back in Arlington, and then certainly our regional network team, as we call ourselves, that are deployed across the country, the goal is that we're really trying to understand individual commands, installations, problems, help them understand Ensign's capabilities, whether they want to leverage a program like Hacking for Defense, which is really geared towards something that was built out of Stanford and now exists at more than 40 universities across the country and gives students an opportunity to devise or sort of unpack a problem and propose some novel solutions against it, all the way through running, challenge style competitions like what we're seeing today with Hack the Machine, where there's prize funding at the end of it, and we're trying to recruit startups to work on different problems. And for example, we did one of those not that long ago in San Diego, where we supported in partnership with Naval X and the SoCal Tech Bridge and MCAS Miramar, we ran a 5G challenge where we were looking to identify a variety of different 5G technologies that could support a couple of different mission sets that had been identified by the Marines on their 5G living network that was developed through a CRADA agreement with Verizon on base at Miramar. And so we ran that program in about 60 days time, found over 100 companies who applied to the program. We down selected the top 10. Those top 10 participated in a pitch competition that included VCs like Qualcomm Ventures and others to help evaluate the capabilities of these companies, and then down selected the top 4 who are doing on-base demonstrations with Miramar. And I think for us, examples like that show that there are great technologies, especially in dual use environments like 5G, that exist outside of our government ecosystem. And if we can perform creative events and functions like this and others that help us market our problems out to those who wouldn't otherwise necessarily be looking for them, that it provides a pathway for those companies and those individuals to provide their capabilities back to the government. And so Ensign continues to try to evolve our programmatic our programs to improve the performance of them and develop more meaningful solutions. But we're still finding lots of great technology and talent out there that we can bring into the government at extremely low cost. And it's also helping to bridge some of these sort of civilian military divides that have been a big part of the conversation across the country, where we feel like there is maybe two very different communities between those who do defense work, who have served, and those who have not. And I think to the extent that our organizations can continue to help people understand that there's opportunities for them to do things that impact national security, even if they're not going to serve in uniform at any point in their life, that's also going to be a really important factor for the national security of our country moving forward, especially in an area like cybersecurity, where the commercial sector is going to be driving a significant amount of investment in this field moving forward. So with that, I'm going to go back to you, Jeremy, to talk a little bit, another question for you. So as a naval officer, how do you see DIU's role in helping the Navy achieve its innovation goals?
Yeah, having been in the operations side for pretty much my entire career, the biggest thing I see is that DIU can really serve as kind of a hub. I've been at DIU for less than a year, but in my experience, every discussion that I've had has both with the Air Force, Navy, Space Force, it doesn't matter. They all seem to have the same problems, right? We want better communications. We want faster communications. We want to be able to get that communication to the edge of the battlefield. Whatever the case is, there's definitely a common stream, a common thread when you're having those discussions. And I think DIU kind of serves that joint purpose. The reason being is that, if the Navy's working on something and the Air Force is working on something and they're spending R&D money and they're putting time and effort towards it, but there's a commercial capability out there that could be fielded quickly. Not only does that make something get to the warfighter faster, it gets it there cheaper. And on top of that, it frees up the money within the research and development service worlds to spend that time and effort on another problem that maybe commercial technology can't solve. So from all those aspects, I think that the DIU is really that kind of like that hub for the joint capabilities, JADC2, whatever the problem set is, DIU is enabled to fix it, help get that stuff going. I think the other part that's important is that, we talk about the innovation space and everything. With the trillions of dollars that are, with the billions of dollars that are being spent, you can figure that DIU is, we're trying to leverage just a small piece of that. We're trying to make things more cost effective for the warfighter. And again, so that you can put that money, time, and effort towards more important things that need to be within the government channels. So from that point of view, I really do think that the DIU kind of just meshes that all together and enables, the services to come together and solve a common problem. Now, there may be small, nuances. The Navy obviously works in a different environment than the Air Force and Army. So there are nuances to those capabilities that may not fit exactly within each service, but we encourage all services to take part in any of our projects so that they can speak to their requirements, their problems, so that you can influence the outcome on that prototype and you can influence the outcome of that project, which I think is an important piece. So.
Thanks, Jeremy. And DIU has done quite a bit in unmanned systems in the last couple of years. I don't know if you want to elaborate a little bit on some of the projects there. Obviously, the release of the new artificial intelligence report that just came out from DIU is also a pretty big milestone. But I think that's certainly an area where obviously the Navy in particular, but everyone is paying a lot of attention to. So maybe you could just highlight for everyone's sake some of the work that's been performed there.
Yeah, so I'll talk about the unmanned side. We've had a few projects with PMS 408, unmanned, underwater vehicles, essentially, supporting mine warfare, rescue, whatever the case is. PMS 408 has had an open line of communication with us. On the AI side, we're currently working on XView 3, which is an open competition looking for IUU fisheries or fishing. And essentially, we put it out and said, hey, what can we do to use data, space sensor data, open source, to figure out these ships that are doing illegal fishing, which is obviously important to the maritime environment and mission there. So XU3 is currently open, running. We have plenty of teams working on the problem set, and we're looking forward to seeing what the outcome of that is. Yeah, like you said, the AI report came out. Personally, I haven't had a chance to go all the way through it, but yeah, it's out there on the street, and it's essentially a report on kind of where industry is at and DIU's take on it.
Great, yeah, thanks, Jeremy. Appreciate it. So, Harry, back to you. We talked a little bit about sort of some of how you evaluate companies, but can you elaborate a little bit on the process that NSIC uses in identifying and evaluating with these specific opportunities? And is this, it sounds similar in some ways to sort of an EQTEL model, but is this a VC investment? Are you competing with VC investment? And could you elaborate on that a little bit?
Sure. So maybe I can just address those two parts separately. So regarding the process itself that we utilize in NSIC, it was purposely designed to be very lean. That's based on our experience, working with venture capital firms, as well as our own personal experiences. For example, I spent some time working in corporate venture capital roles in the commercial sector. That said, we have to work with taxpayer dollars. So ensuring our process has the right level of traceability and transparency is important. So we did take the time to document it and talk with different stakeholders internally and baseline it. So it was a formal process, but it covers a different variety of tasks that we need to do as part of a life cycle in a particular funding exercise. So, one is sort of the sourcing part, which you kind of touched upon, Jesse. So we network with government labs, incubator accelerators, as well as your organization and Ensign and venture capital firms to identify, companies of potential interest. We also hear about different companies directly with conversations that we had, which come through us through our online venues on our website, and which provide, and also when they provide submissions to us. But at the end of the day, we don't formally evaluate anything until it's submitted to our website through our submission form. So once they do that, we actually make sure that all of these proposals can be kind of screened at a very basic level, based on sort of the criteria that I discussed earlier. So after a quick pre-screen, we kind of evaluate it against a more formal set of criteria, very similar to what you would see in a venture capital firm, looking at different technology aspects as well as business aspects. Things managing risk, looking at the different markets that both in the defense and commercial side that the technology could be applied to. Do they have a strong management team? Things like that. Then based on those pitches which we find most interesting and which meet our sort of minimum threshold in those criteria, we invite those companies which have submitted those pitch decks to us into a pitch session. In the ideal world, it would be a face-to-face meeting in our offices at Mountain View, but given the current environment, we hold all of them virtually, and that's been working fine. In those sessions, we can get into deeper conversations as well as do some follow-on due diligence. And then based on that, we kind of move to a proposal request phase where, the different leads we have in these different technology areas can decide that they want to champion particular investments. And we write different funding memos and submit them to an internal investment committee, which is again very similar to what you would have in a venture capital firm, where you have GPs, meeting weekly on talking about different investments. And on the investment committee, for example, Mike Brown is the director of DIU, sits on that, and the champion, as well as our NSIC director, is there, and we can discuss particular investments along with other functional heads within DIU. And then, for particular investments that have been approved, then we move to a contracting stage, then where we can jointly formalize the project in even more detail. And really that means putting together a statement of work, which all of you are familiar with. And then we can also negotiate the surrounding terms and conditions of the particular work project in the OTA, which is a fixed price contract. And then once the contracts are negotiated, then we go to final signature, and then we can execute the projects. So then the company can put their different resources in place to commence work based on what we defined in the statement of work. And then as a company hits specific milestones as part of their prototype exercise, they can make particular deliverables to NSIC. We can review them, approve them, or if we have issues, we can go back to them and discuss them, have them addressed. But once they're approved, then we can make particular payments based on the contract award in the OTA contract. And then, team members, including myself, we don't just handle the sort of the investment sourcing and review process. We also serve as program managers as well. So at least in NSIC, we have multiple roles that we can play. And in the project execution side, we work very closely with our companies as they execute these contracts. And we actually meet with them monthly to sort of review their project progress, as well as address any issues in real time. So that's an overview of the process. The actual detail, as I mentioned, is documented in what we call a commercial acceleration opportunity document. So this CAO document is actually posted on our website as well as the federal sam.gov website. So people can actually look at it in more detail. And that gives us a way to be transparent as well as baseline ourselves against a sort of particular level of performance as we go forward. So on your second question regarding do we compete with venture capital firms, I would say the answer is no. I don't think we perceive ourselves that way, and I don't think it's perceived externally that way. And there's a variety of reasons for that. The most important reason is that there is an acknowledged gap when it comes to investment in deep tech. US VC firms invest, I would say, probably less than a third of their total capital in hardware-based companies. So you probably think about, the model of, people developing software in the garage and doing cloud computing and thinking about, the app of the day in terms of addressing different kind of problems. But obviously, hard tech is really based on hard problems using very complicated technologies. So that's really a nice niche that we can work with. Also, a lot of the VC investments are probably less than 6% or in these kind of environments are really in the early stages. So again, that's an area where we can actually work with startups in the early stage where they kind of have to worry about this valley of death, not just getting an MVP, out in the marketplace, but even just basically surviving long enough where they can actually, define a prototype and get some traction among themselves as well with some early external stakeholders. The other issue is that trusted capital can be an issue. The Chinese are investing in commercial technologies, as part of the tech company that they have there in mainland China. But they're also investing in technology in sort of more I would say less overt and maybe more covert ways. You guys may have seen the article. There was this was sort of an international example, but it's sort of something to kind of think about where, an Italian company sold them an Italian drone company sold themselves to a Chinese company in Hong Kong, and based on some work that the Italian government did, that they've kind of discovered that was actually a front from two other Chinese state-sponsored companies, which was kind of looking at taking that IP that Italian drone company had and moving it to mainland China. So we've seen some kind of similar kind of security issues, and we want to make sure that we don't, where there are opportunities to fund certain companies, that they don't get themselves into that kind of situation, because these small startups don't have, elaborate, legal divisions or general counsels that can kind of spot these kind of issues early. So we can be kind of that source of trusted capital and sort of de-risk a lot of sort of capital or potential capital on their cap tables. Again, we're kind of thinking about working with these companies at their earliest stages. So, in these stages, these companies have probably got some early angel investments, but they're not at the stage where they can do like a Series A. And we can actually accelerate their product timeline. So they come to us with a basic sort of product development roadmap and a schedule, and we can find ways to actually accelerate that by, in order of for example, several months, where they can actually sort of develop their prototype. We actually make and the sort of a third point, we make the jobs of, VC firms very easy. We can provide an early stamp of approval or DoD stamp of approval on these prototype developments and generally on these companies. So that can provide an initial level of endorsement to the market, but also some of our internal DoD stakeholders. And we've actually have helped several of the companies that we funded get follow-on investments from venture capital firms. So, a lot of investor discussion these companies have, which may have stalled, can now move forward. And in other cases where they're looking at, for example, newer type of investment partners, we can sort of have them come to the table with these VC firms. So the question doesn't, for these VC-based companies, doesn't have to be, can we get investors? It's more like, well, we actually have a different choice of investors. Which investors should we have? How much money should we actually bring in and by when? So those are good problems to have for startups, not questions around survival. Just on a note, as I mentioned, we went live this past year in the spring, and again, we've funded some of these companies, and there've been occasional detractors, out in the market, who are even questioning in terms of industrial policies whether we should be involved in all. But that's sort of been, I think, increasingly a minority voice, given that DIU has been around for now 6 years, and we already have a year of a track record at NSIC. I think a lot of our relationship with VC firms has been very complimentary and professional, and I think that's something we'll see continuing going forward.
That's great. Thanks, Harry. That was a very comprehensive answer. Appreciate it. So, Jeremy, we're going to start, and just for everyone who's listening, if you have any additional questions, I'll start working my way through those now as you enter those into Slido. But I'll just add from an NSIC perspective, and kind of building off what you said, Harry, it does seem like NSIC, tends to focus kind of on the technology first, right? That you're not necessarily, there's sort of broad technology areas that you have interest in that obviously align against DoD priorities, things like better batteries and flexible batteries. Those have obvious national security implications. From an NSIC perspective, everything that we do starts with a DoD problem, right? So we're sort of not as an organization designed to necessarily go out and just find technology that is worthwhile for investment or maturation. we start first with a problem, right, that we source directly from someone who wants that problem solved. And sometimes, like I mentioned before, those problems are fairly granular, down to a pretty tactical level, that things that just cost manpower and are burdensome on operations, up through more advanced technologies that someone's trying to develop or would like to see developed on behalf of some particular organization. And so the one thing I would also just say is before we transition to some additional questions for the panel, from an ensign perspective, we've had some phenomenal engagement with the Navy in certain circumstances, but I can tell you that there's a lot more opportunity from an ensign standpoint to work on more problems with and on behalf of the Navy across the board. We've got tremendous engagement with Naval X, tremendous engagement with some of our regional commands. But there's definitely opportunity for us to be working on more problems. And just to give an example of something that we've done at Ensign recently in support of the Marine Corps, we've supported them with something called the Big Ideas Challenge, which is a way for them to source problems from kind of a grassroots problem sourcing engagement that we ran through a website that Ensign has developed through one of our contractors, GXM, that collects ideas, showcases them, allows individual Marines to interact with those ideas and provide feedback to each other on how to potentially solve those in real time. But also just by tracking those ideas, and we had nearly 100 submissions come through in just a month's period of time, and we plan on doing this exercise with 3 MEF and 1 MEF on an annual basis. That becomes a pipeline of problems that then we can then, both at the MEF level and then leadership, and then with McWill and engagement from broader ONR and Navy, think through ways that we can be trying to solve those, or if there are already efforts to solve those, how do we plug in those who may not be aware of what's being developed in real time. But also it's a way for an organization like ours to see that there might be an issue out there where our programmatic capabilities can be leveraged to support. And so one thing I would just put out to anyone who's watching this is that if you're not already engaged with either 3 of our organizations, but certainly in my bias case with Ensign, I would say that you really should try to get a hold of your regional rep, which all of that is listed on our website, and kind of who covers what part of the country, because it's our goal is to first start by understanding the issues that you face to achieve your operation success, and then come up with ways to solve that problem. And then sometimes, because of the fact that we are, like the rest of the DIU enterprise, joint in nature, we may have worked on a very similar, if not the exact same problem with another unit, either out in a different service or in a different part of the country. And just by telling us about the issue that you're facing, we can direct you to the work that's already being done in that area. And I think that that's really a core capability that I believe that DIU, NSIC, and Ensign all continue to provide, is that we have that horizontal view across the services, and we can try to map people back to efforts that they may or may not already be aware of. So with that, Jeremy, I'm going to come back to you. We talked about this a little bit, but maybe we could elaborate just based off kind of what I said there in terms of like pulling problems in, right? So, how does a Navy partner who has a challenge that they think there might be a way that they could collaborate with DIU on that problem? How would that engagement look from their perspective, and how would they come forward to you to do that?
Yeah, so the simplest answer is diu.mil, but obviously there's other avenues for that. DIU is very open to discussions about any problem sets, any services that are looking to just open communications about something that they're trying to solve. We're very much a holistic kind of organization, in that not only do we, obviously we want to get that prototype established. We want to get a contract going and get something to the warfighter, but we also obviously want to make sure that the national innovation is actually occurring, right? So if Navy is looking for a particular capability, and we know of it because of our networking and whatnot, that Naval X is already working it, or if AFRL is working it, we'll easily just push them in that direction and say, hey, we know of somebody that's looking at that. Let's set up a meeting, the 3 of us, and see if it meets your needs. Contact wise, really diu.mil has the capability of reaching out, and what that does is you contact us with a problem, and within 24 hours you'll get a reply from someone like myself, defense engagement if you're on the military side. If you're on the industry side, more than likely you'll get something from our commercial engagement side. So we we really try to make it as easy as possible for any and all people to contact DIU and establish that communication. Obviously, within the organization, we have 6 different portfolios. So if you're looking at cyber, we'll push you in that direction. If you're looking at space, we'll push you in that direction. AI, autonomy, whatever the problem set kind of lies in, we'll push you towards a program manager. Defense engagement, whatever the case is. So it's really simple to kind of establish communication with DIU.
That's great, Jeremy. And then Harry, I don't know if you want to add on, since if you feel like I maybe mischaracterized the way that you focus on problems in any way, but one thing I was going to kind of point you to in follow up to that was, obviously you're pulling these companies in, you're making an investment on them. And some of them, the goal is they're going to be dual use, so they're going to have some focus on the commercial market. But how is the best way for DoD partners who may have interest in those same technologies that you're investing in to become aware of those capabilities? And what are sort of the methods that you guys are looking at for kind of educating, maybe key partners in the DoD about the technology that you're investing in?
Are you talking about sort of like before we do the investments or after?
No, so you invested, in something like the flexible battery technology company, outside of obviously things like this, right? What is the strategy that NSIC is looking at for, making other parts of the department aware of the fact that company is, now invested in an NSIC organization?
Yeah, so there are actually 2 cases involved. In many cases, we like to see some early endorsements that these companies already bring to the table. And in many times, these companies have actually already spoken to the DoD or have sort of, have interacted with various touch points in the DoD. For example, some of them have already been awarded cyber grants from the DoD, or they may have been referred to us actually by, one of the other service labs. So there already is some kind of, knowledge about these companies and some early sort of endorsements that come in even before we see them. And the secondary case is where these companies don't have a level of endorsement, or they've already been funded by us for prototype development. In that case, we just try to manage things carefully. Part of the reason for that is that we funded them for specific prototype development. So we want to make sure that they're sort of concentrating their finite energies on sort of, developing their prototype and moving along their project plan and not being overly distracted. But on the other hand, nothing prevents these companies from sort of growing a business development function within the companies. That's one of the things, one of sort of, I would say, the deficits that we see in some of these companies. Just like I mentioned, they don't have these elaborate legal arms. Some of them don't have elaborate business development arms either. But we do require that they have some minimal knowledge about business development, but sometimes it's like one of many hats that they're wearing. So in that case, we want to make sure that their business development is aware of some other potential opportunities within DoD. And sometimes we're actually knowledgeable about them. Other times they just come to us through serendipity, but we make sure that those kind of additional contacts are provided to those companies, and that sort of that BD arm of those startups can have some additional conversations, whether they're related to the product development or prototype development we fund, or whether they could be part of some other projects that maybe some of the service arms are interested in.
That's great. So I'm going to ask, this is one more kind of general question to the panel. Jeremy, Harry, either of you jump in here, and then I'll give some time here as we wrap up for each of us just to provide some brief closing remarks. So as you look at, all of our organizations are very young. Certainly by DoD standards, we're not quite as young as the Space Force, but just about. And if you think about, kind of what the direction is for this space and where your individual organization is, where do you think the mission is moving, and how are we measuring success, 5-10 years out? If you could just kind of speak to a little bit of the vision of what the organization is trying to achieve in the future.
Yeah, I think the key is technology. Obviously, I think that we're in a race to get capabilities to the warfighter as quick as possible. There will always be a place for traditional FAR processes, but there is definitely a empty gap where innovation kind of needs to step in and fulfill what the warfighters are needing. we look to get, technology that is current and even forthcoming out the door and implemented before, adversaries and make sure that technology is in the hands of the people that need it the most. And the race really is on at this point.
Yeah, that's great, Jeremy.
Yeah, from the NSIP perspective, maybe there are kind of 4 areas that we kind of look at when we kind of think about the future, even though we're kind of intensely focused on what we're doing now. One is sort of our budget. Given that we were just in 1 year of operation, it started quite small and we're kind of looking at growing it. It's kind of good that we have some initial success now that we can circulate with our stakeholders on the Hill. But we're kind of looking at sort of increasing our budget going forward. But obviously there's a lot of factors involved. So that kind of paces our growth trajectory. But, if we did have a greater budget than we've had before, apart from, additional manpower, we would kind of like to look at some different topical areas. We are keenly aware of some of the developments as well as some of the problem areas related to other topic areas, whether they span things like semiconductors or manufacturing or robotics and other areas in deep tech. So, that's something we think about in the background and would like to kind of think about moving forward if we had more resources. The other is sort of the international angle. So as we see sort of this great power rivalry with China and sort of defense policy pivoting towards the Pacific, the partners that we have from the Five Eyes, when you're talking about sort of Canada, the UK, Australia, New Zealand, some of these partners are involved in some of these R&D projects that the DoD is working on and being more tightly integrated with them. And even some of the Quad countries, when you think about countries like Japan and India as well, that, believe it or not, they're actually sort of thinking about this sort of tech innovation space and more linking, their defense innovation with what's going on in the commercial sector. So that's sort of another area. And the last is, building more tie-ins, especially for NSIC, given that we're so young, having some greater tie-ins with some of these service arms. And I think like this setting that we have now where we can talk to the Navy is really great. So, if I could encourage one thing among our organization is that, we can continue to sort of develop a strong community of planners, innovators, and customers among ourselves so that we can mutually strengthen the impact of the work that we do, not just among the Navy, but across DoD more general.
Great. So we're coming up here on time, and I'll just say from an ensign perspective, I think our vision of the future is one in which academic institutions, tier 1 research universities, the students there, early stage startup communities, and you can think kind of Series A and below is sort of where we live, are generally more knowledgeable about organizations that can give them access points for them to demonstrate their capabilities on national security problems, and that there is more of a direct kind of pull-push happening between different parts of the services, OSD, and the relevant organizations in sort of real time. And I think in some ways, Ensign probably hopes that we sort of create our way out of a job. I think in the future, in an ideal world, military installations are engaging directly with academic institutions on a variety of different scale problems, that those pathways are built out and more robust, and so that there's kind of more regular and continuous engagement there, and then that there are potentially maybe more so within the services or at the OSC level, that the programmatics that Ensign is building become kind of widespread and adopted. And I imagine there might be a scenario in the future in which some of the programs that Ensign runs now that are really adding value become things that AFWorks and SpaceWorks and NavalX are running at a high level within their own services, and then Ensign begins to focus on different and new capabilities that are now will be complementary to those things as they evolve. But ultimately, at the end of the day, we want to increase the number of individuals working on national security problems, and so we're willing to throw a lot of different tools at that. But really, we're trying to do so in a way that allows us to rapidly innovate and build prototypes quickly on behalf of those who need it the most. So, with that, last 30 seconds here, just really quick, any last remarks from you, Jeremy, and you, Harry?
From my end, I just I look forward to increased Navy engagement at DIU.
Yeah, I would just second that. One of the investments or funding opportunities I talked about was autonomy, but I didn't really mention any. So, to the extent that, you see opportunities for, underwater unmanned or sort of surface water platforms, either companies that are interested in providing solutions in that space or problem areas in that space, feel free to reach out to me and our team, and we could just have a continued dialogue. Or also, again, encourage industry to come to us and maybe steer some of those startups to us. And that would give us an opportunity to sort of evaluate those opportunities on your behalf.
Great. Well, Jeremy, Harry, it was great being able to chat with you. Obviously, this is a really important problem space, and I think I think hopefully the resounding message to everyone here is that all of our organizations are really geared to leverage the tools that we've developed in support of other people's problems, right, and other parts of the services, and from across the organizations. And the fact that we have sort of a joint design in nature allows us to see things that are happening across the wide variety of commands and ecosystems, and hopefully accelerate your ability to find solutions that you need in real time. And so I think as Ensign, NSIC, and DIU continue to mature and grow in our programs, the connectivity between the three organizations is strengthening, which allows us to kind of mature individual problems and solutions across our three organizations. And so hopefully we can continue to work in this space in cybersecurity and unmanned systems increasingly with our Navy partners and on a variety of other issues. So with that, thank you to you both for taking the time to be with us today. And thank you for everyone who listened in today. And for all those who are participating in Hack the Machine over this week, really appreciate your efforts to try to get after some tough problems.
series here in the workshop over at Building Momentum and Naval X in Alexandria. I am joined today by a really august panel, but first I want to tell you that we're going to be talking about using models and decision aids in complex environments. And what does that mean? We are going to challenge some ideas about how we can actually solve problems by looking at models and logic algorithms as solutions instead of just siloed activities. So first, I'd like everyone who's on the call to get a chance to introduce themselves and say why they're interested in this topic. And I'll start to my right here with Lieutenant Commander Oslabo. Go ahead and tell everyone about yourself.
Hi, I'm Damian Oslabo. I'm at Naval Sea Systems Command at the Washington Navy Yard in the Marine Engineering Group. I'm a general AI enthusiast. I did research in non-intrusive load monitoring and always generally very excited about data science and machine learning applied to our marine environments.
Excellent. I can see my friend, Mr. Curtis Mellencamp, on my Zoom here. Curtis, if you'll take a minute and introduce yourself and tell us why you're interested in this topic. Oh, I don't hear you. I think it's on our end, so hold on a second, Curtis.
Can you guys hear me now?
Oh, there you are. Yes. Yay.
Perfect. Okay. Again. All right. So from the top, Nicole, thanks for inviting me to this. I'm currently the deputy director for NAVSEA 03S, which is a whole mouthful, but basically we own and operate all of the ship maintenance business systems that are used at our intermediate and depot maintenance facilities. So generally those are the naval shipyards, regional maintenance centers, and our ship repair facility out in Japan. So we're oftentimes very interested in business applications, everything from material management, material ordering, all the way up through work execution and even on the HR side of things. But we also have an intense interest in connecting shop floor equipment to those business networks and understanding how we can synthesize some of our HR and workload data and map that back to kind of how CNC machines, 3D printers are supporting workloads at those industrial facilities. So as you can imagine, as workloads grow, as we do more and more work in the industrial sector that's connected to machines, management of all of that becomes too much for our human brains to manage. So you really kind of have to use, machine learning, AI, and similar, type tools to reach an optimal solution. So I'm really focused on the ship maintenance community on the shore side specifically, and really interested in that opportunity of connecting business data to the industrial side of operations.
Awesome. I also see my other friend, Kyle Denton, in the call here. And I would like you to get a chance to introduce yourself as well. Does he hear me?
Of course. Really excited to join. Thank you, Nicole, for this opportunity. My name is Kyle Denton. I'm from Puget Sound Naval Shipyard, their digital transformation manager, and I'm a graduate researcher with Gonzaga University, researching the intersection of technology leadership and change, especially virtuality and digital transformation and ethics. So with that, on flank speed with you quite frequently as one of the Navy Champions Network leads. So that's really exciting to see how we have these tools available to integrate with people on the ground.
So I will tell you how this, for everyone who's listening, I will tell you how this conversation came to be. We were researching and doing the discovery for the track challenges here at Hack the Machine. One of the things that we came up with in a particular AR, it came down to task and resource management. And in an integrated community, Group A owns the plan, Group B owns the tools, Group C owns the people. And they don't all work for each other, and they don't all have the same schedule or the same priorities necessarily. But they do have a certain pattern of activity, right? They have a certain thing that they're doing all the time that you could kind of count on if you could see the data behind it, if you knew what that pattern was. And so a lot of times humans are now in the process of like call around, figure out the details, and then in the moment try and make a decision. And they're doing this repetitively, and it's slowing down the ability to execute. So when I was, I know Curtis from working with things over at the shipyards, it's a very similar thing happening on the maintenance floor, right? And who knows what, where's that data? How are we able to make a decision quickly so that we can move forward and execute on time? So I was like, well, if I abstract the specifics of the situation, the question becomes, is there a way, is it even possible to take models across these different communities and create them and then integrate decision logic aids to actually change how we're executing? And I don't know if it's possible or not. You guys are smarter about this than I am. But I wanted to tee up the discussion and with people who are materially concerned with this, right, and want to see it happen. So just from your own knowledge basis, is it possible, or is this like a pie in the sky dream? And anyone's allowed to answer. Go ahead.
The answer is yes. Yeah, the answer is definitely yes. The answer is definitely yes. I approach this. My office is responsible, as Nicole said, right? You have various groups that are, approaching this from different angles, right? My group is really on the IT delivery side, so we can take a look at this problem, and given our knowledge of, what's available in the technology sector and what we are organically available, we can say, hey, here's some of the work on over the longer term, all of that kind of stuff. But I think you drove home an interesting point, which is in a highly complex world like ship maintenance, right? It drives us to be specialists. There's a lot of specialists, right? Which naturally requires you to kind of have a very focused vision on your specific problem. But when you talk about these models that can drive efficiencies kind of across value streams, it requires a lot of different interactions across those value streams, which we're not always used to doing. So I think yes, and I think from my perspective on the technology side, it's definitely doable. Oftentimes our biggest concern is really getting our arms fully around the problem, not just the high level, I want to go faster on shop floor B or something like that, but really understanding, where our infrastructure lies today, what's the specific problem you want to solve, and not trying to drive solutions to fit our existing problems, or not trying to make our problems fit existing solutions, but kind of doing that the other way around. So yes, I think it's possible, but you got to get all those communities that are used to very narrowly focusing on their current problems to kind of expand that discussion envelope and collaboration envelope so that they can really kind of drive home to something that's effective long term.
And I think I've seen almost like a perfect storm that's happened, that where the leadership and the technical sides are joining together. Maybe they've read the same literature or something like that, but we're getting push on both sides, at least in the condition-based monitoring world, of people from the leadership side really wanting to push this thing forward, and then from the technical side pushing that up from the ground up. And they're meeting together, and we're trying to we're making great strides in that, moving the envelope in this AI environment for condition-based maintenance.
Okay. So what are the steps to getting this to being, Curtis, you mentioned like the broader community, right? This is multiple subject matter experts that have to like be on the same page, or in the AOR, multiple owners of different parts of the value chain that have to be on the same page. Or do we go to them and say, hey, tell me all your dirty laundry, show me all your processes? Is it give me all your data and I'll figure it out for you? What is the right approach to have this conversation?
That's actually a really hard problem on where to start. We have so many different people with ideas of fixing their individual problem or fixing other problems that they see. And we don't have unlimited resources. And really when I come to that gets to like people to actually sit down and collaborate and solve problems. So we may get someone that says, hey, this problem costs me 7 hours of basically wasted time in a given day, right? And for someone that maybe works 8 hours a day, it's not very useful. And you might look at that problem and say, well, oh, that's the one I want to go focus on. But there may be a slightly like less drastic problem that affects more people, right? So say you have a problem that that is causing a half hour of downtime in an 8 hour day, but it affects 100 people rather than the other one that affects maybe 1 or 2. And getting our arms around what are the most important problems to solve first has been actually pretty difficult. There's no shortage of people saying, hey, I have an idea for improving operations. There's no shortage of that. And anyone in the digital transformation world will probably look at the list of things that they want to do and probably be daunted by all the things that we need to fix, because it starts, all the way down at the lowest level of infrastructure, especially when you're talking about the yards, right? Do you have network capacity in the place where you're collecting data? Can you get that to a network where you can do analysis? Do you have people that have the skill sets to perform that analysis if the network's available? Do they have the tools to do it? So even when you investigate a small problem, it usually fans out given kind of the nature of our current infrastructure. To really incorporating a lot more problems and understanding where to start is oftentimes very, very difficult in our world.
Yeah, that's a huge, and that definitely resonates with me. There's almost this, how do you create the ecosystem that, like Rear Admiral Selby mentioned, where we can unlock lower level innovation too, because most of the infrastructure to get there, the right data sensitivity, the right controls, the right bandwidth, everything, it takes a high level push. That's a lot of work to go get something new out there. And yet we know that from industry experience that you have to start with something small. So you have a big plan, but you still have to start with small changes and iterate and learn, which is really difficult when you have a limited amount of person bandwidth to go and do actions from a high level across the organization. And so one of the things I see in the challenge, and I'm going to mention it probably a few times, is, how can we collaborate with workers at every level to start feeding into an ecosystem? And there's a lot of big things that have to happen for that. And I almost see there's a spectrum between, the very simple machine-human interaction where we can automate some routine tasks, which is really important to having those models kind of fleshed out, very simple level, versus the more complex big data sets where you're going to definitely need digital engineers, architects, data scientists, people who know how to play in that realm. And so it's a really complex, I like how you framed it, Curtis. It's a super complex problem. How do we unleash the limited human capacity we have, also knowing that we don't have all the skill sets yet either?
Yeah, absolutely. Skill sets is a big piece. And also, I think from the technology side, we can always look at a problem and say, oh man, if we only had this platform. But implementing a platform is oftentimes a very lengthy process, and leadership doesn't want to hear, this small problem that you want to solve today, it'd be super easy in a year and a half. They're not they're not into that. So we're trying to do things small that get us into that learning mode, right? I'm finding right now when it comes to data integration, right? I've got some very smart data engineers who understand how to put together transactional systems. But when it comes to relational or dimensional data or graph data or something that can be used in a different manner than our traditional business systems, that skill set's not always there. So you've got to create learning opportunities for that organically, because bringing in an external expert to look at that, they don't understand our business. So you got to train them that way. So you're in a catch-22 in some scenarios of, do you upskill your existing employees who probably have the skill sets to do it, but need a little bit of learning? Or do you bring someone in from the outside and teach them our business, which is equally as hard, especially when you get down into, some of our more specific industrial ops. So
I wonder if we could go after an idea, right? So Kyle, like you mentioned before, we're both in this champions group, right? And this champions group kind of sprang up kind of organically of people who wanted to see things go right, and then became a little more formal. And if I were to say, hey, take the shipyards as an example, hey, across there, they call them community of practices, but I'd like to get away from the traditional idea of that and say, let's take everybody who's a machinist, right? Everyone who's on the shop floor, let's get them together and talking about what the things are they're seeing and doing, right? There's some commonalities there. You're going to learn some things that would help form your models. They're going to be motivated to work with some people to help them, right? And you might find that you got some diamonds in the rough that actually know a little bit about data science and actually can help form some of those things, because what we've learned in the champions group, the people that show up are across the board. They have different backgrounds, different jobs. They come into that group and they're really passionate about the data science thing, and you're like, well, I would have never come and asked you for that because I didn't know that you had that talent or you had that interest, right? And is there a way to think about, and maybe the machine isn't the right example, but to think about some of these problems from a champions group type of thing, because we do have limited resources, but we could have some people who are passionate about getting after those answers and have that SME knowledge. And if we could pull them from the engineering community in 05 and the logistics side in 04 and 03 from the infrastructure, and then from the actual workforce floor, you might actually find that you get there faster than sort of the stovepipes approaches. Thoughts?
I always think that more collaboration is a great idea, and breaking out of the stovepipes, making sure that all the communities are networked together, so that one program office isn't doing the same thing as another program office, so they're not contending for the same constrained resources. That would be a great idea. As far as establishing the champions group, I'm not quite sure on how to start that, but it's interesting to think about how would we collectively grab everybody from these different areas.
Right. I'm just thinking, instead of it being like communities of practice around a job title, like all the systems engineers or all the BFMs or what have you, have it be about a problem set, like an area we want to modernize or improve, and say, hey, everybody who's interested in getting after this and has, who's willing to put in a little extra time and some capability towards it, come to the table and let's talk about it. And
instead of a product focus, you're talking about a capability. I think that's a great idea.
Yeah. And again, I don't know who owns, technically those could be organic groups. They don't have to be started by someone. Someone could just kick it off and see, and garner some attention and go from there. But it would be good to have some leadership championship, right? Where this is the Navy, you tend to do better when you got some people cheering you on from the top. So one of the things that was brought up is the idea of SMEs with their head down doing the thing that they're very good at, right? Because we don't want to slow people down from doing their jobs. Is there a point at which, though, we say, hey, you need to learn some additional skills because what you're really good at is great, but I need you to be better at some things you're currently not doing?
I think conference participation is a very important, skill, networking skill. Not everybody gets to use that in the government, and also you get what we call continuous learning in the government, points that you need to get every year, otherwise you're delinquent. Be able to participate in these conferences to see all the different industry avenues, industry research. That's an important thing to be able to do. And I wish everybody was able to be afforded that opportunity.
I'll jump in, and I think it goes all across the spectrum. I mean, especially for, in a lot of this series talking about UXVs, all the different types of unmanned vehicles. I mean, what's the changing nature of the work for naval shipyards, for other organizations across the naval maintenance complex? There's this point where data is actually a product as well. When it's a decision framework that literally is used to shift workforce and dollars and priorities, it's one of those things to think about a little bit differently. It's no longer just a resource, it's part of what we create. And the needs for the skill sets, there's things that are antiquated, right? OMB memo 1921 said December 31st, 2022, no longer going to accept paper records at federal record centers, right? And for some organizations across the federal government, that's a big push to go and get rid of paper. I like to joke about my war on paper. So, right? But I mean, that's how a lot of organizations operate. You got inch-thick paper packages that runs the jobs. And there's the first step as I look at digital transformation, where it is going to be new things a lot of people have to learn. When they're used to using a blue or black ballpoint pen and the specific forms, and now you're asking them to put something into a computer that looks nothing like what they're used to. What we're finding is people are very familiar with the layout of the form. And once you start having the same names for the blocks, but it's all in different places, it's not the same experience. So there's a lot of learning that comes in, a lot of hands-on back and forth experience. So we're literally looking at the roles of, technology champions, managers, people who can help show the workforce how these new tools are used in a way that I don't think we've really done before, because it used to be, well, everybody has a computer on the outside. They work just the same, right? No, they don't. So yeah, it's a thing. And I think the real challenge of leadership is not only in recognizing it, but in recognizing it's our responsibility to create the environment for that continuous learning. And that it's part and parcel with the work.
Yeah, absolutely. We've had a lot of success, and this has just happened organically, with cross-training some of our technology professionals to really have a deep understanding of what's going on at the shipyards or the industrial facilities. One of the examples I like to use, and this wasn't a lot of cross-training because our kind of project lead or product lead for replacing our current scheduling tool that we use at the depot maintenance facilities, he's an ex-chief scheduler, right? And he's been learning about the IT landscape for the past 5 years. And when we said it's time to replace our scheduling tool, there's no better person from our technology team who really has a deep understanding of the functional side to kind of spearhead that. And then at the same time, we're trying to upskill our functional folks to be data aware, to be technology aware, to have a better idea. So there's cross-training both ways, right? There's cross-training from the technology side to get them closer to the business, right? There's nothing worse than moving decision makers farther from the problem that they're trying to solve, right? They're going to sub-optimize for sure. And at the same time, we want our folks that are, on the waterfront, in the different engineering codes at the industrial facilities, to be more data aware, to be more technology aware. Now I'm not gonna educate or make a nuclear engineer become an expert in our security compliance regime, right? That is RMF, right? That's not necessarily value added, but right there's a certain degree of technology awareness that we need our functional community to be aware of, and same goes for our technology professionals, right? They really need to be closer to the business and closer to the problem.
So I wonder if it's a mixture of things where you're talking about bringing in, one of the reasons we do Hack the Machine, of course, is to non-traditionals and community members community out in the industry and in academia who've never worked with the DoD, give them an opportunity to see where they could be of value. And, you're right, when you're down at the waterfront and you're working, they don't have time to become the people who are also going to develop the decision logic algorithms and put those things in place, right? That's not where their value is. But we need to give them some partners who can do that for them, right? Who can sit there and in their space and in their environment understand and be able to talk the language with the rest of the value stream to build that interconnected thing. And I don't know how you do that. I mean, it seems like even with the shipyard, there's some disconnection there, and what happens where and who's in charge of what and how does some of those decisions get made. And I know that happens within NAVSEA as a whole, across the directorates and the programs. And I know NAVSEA 03 is getting after that, right? Like we're trying to bring some of that foundational infrastructure to place.
Yeah, you look at any value stream across NAVSEA, and it ebbs and flows on the capability of government folks to really own that technical baseline, right? NAVSEA 05, the engineering directorate, went through that in the 90s and early 2000s of really reclaiming technical baselines for ships. And we're finding that we have to really reclaim our technical baseline for processes at the industrial facilities. We have a lot of people that know how to execute a process, but they don't necessarily understand why that process exists. And that's equally as important when you're trying to, transform the way we use technology. There's not a lot of use sometimes in just making an existing manual process digital. I mean, it may save you a little time, but ultimately, if you don't understand the why of what you're doing, if you just understand the how, then you're going to sub-optimize. And getting those value stream champions and building that back up has been more difficult in some areas than others. In some areas, we have natural folks that really understand the theory behind, let's say, complex project scheduling, right? That's a big deal. But if you're talking about people understanding the theory behind how we do financial management at the shipyards, that's highly arcane. And, creating a system to replace our existing financial management tool is proving to be very difficult because there's always a tendency to just replace what we have as is, but maybe with a more modern screen, which really doesn't ultimately get you anywhere besides spending a lot of money. So
yeah, that's such a good point you drove there. Like, we got to look at why. What do we actually need to accomplish? It's not just like we talk about this for digital transformation, and it's like, okay, so you have a paper form now, the most common denominator. People are like, okay, let's make this a digital piece of paper, a PDF form. And, I look at it and I'm like, okay, why are we filling it out though? When you're just repackaging and making it digital and you look at your value stream and spaghetti charts, whichever way you want to track how the process is flowing, just making it a PDF, it often goes the same route. It goes into inboxes, it goes into folders, they get lost. And so that's where you, like Curtis said, you have to look at what's the intended outcome. Why are you doing it? And even ask the question, do we need this process or piece of paper, or is there a better, different way to do it? And that's where I like to look at the different levels of digital transformation. Some frameworks, you can see it switch different ways. Digitizing it, super low level. Streamlining, routinizing, automating, and then actually transforming and doing things differently. So take, for example, a piece of paper to request temp services out on a project for naval maintenance, right? A piece of paper used to be what every industry used. So you can turn it into digital. That's good. And you can actually then start automating it and having notifications go automatically to the people that need it. Now think about something entirely different. The goal isn't to perform the piece of paper. The goal is to get the temp service in place. So say we have FathomBot, virtual agents within Microsoft 365. Imagine a world where a worker on an authorized device could say, hey, I need electricity here. And it says, based on your wireless location, are you at Pier 3? Okay, what type of service do you need? And then automatically sends a scheduling request to the temp service deployment crew, right? So that's an entirely different way to look at the same problem. And I'm not saying that's the solution we're going to.
So, what's funny about that is I was going to say it makes me think of condition-based maintenance, quite frankly, because you think about how maintenance was done traditionally, and then you get to the idea of condition-based maintenance, and it's not just, okay, now on the schedule, you're supposed to go in and do the thing. You're doing it based on data, right?
It's a systemic type issue, but I was actually thinking of another thing. We've got to recognize like the colloquial differences between the work centers, the shipyards, the operation centers. Each person or each group might do things a little differently, have their own rule sets. And then when a new commander comes in or a new manager comes in, things can change overnight. And how do you make sure that recognizing those provincial differences between the
Is that
work
part
centers.
of the problem, though? The fact that we have so much colloquial provincial differences in an enterprise system that needs to work together. I mean, I'm asking. I don't know the answer to that, right?
Yeah.
This is just a general question. And the reason
Curtis,
I say
you
that
got
is...
this one.
This is a problem that I spend much of my waking hours trying to solve, which is, and this comes from the top. I mean, this is, things are funded through silos at OpNav, right? And so you already have structural separation when it comes to your administrative command reporting chain. There's already changes then across who controls your operational scope, and then there's funding issues, right? I mean, especially if you're talking about the shipyard, right? Let's say you're funding the Boise for an availability, and there's some money there that could be used to improve a process that will be used downstream on a lot of other availabilities, but it doesn't make sense, a business case for just one availability. There's not a huge incentive to do it because of the structural way that we fund things. But it's pervasive, and that's a hard nut to crack. And I really think that's where collaboration comes in. That's what we're talking about. I think people-to-people interactions can overcome some of those barriers, but it's a big problem. It's half of my daily job is trying to break down those structural barriers so that they're not impediments to getting good work done.
I think the point was maybe that there's not maybe a one-size-fits-all solution to anything, and we've got to recognize that we got to work within a larger system and with political interests.
If we were using machine learning as the bridge, right? And again, this original conversation that we're talking about with the shipyards, but original conversation started in an AOR where not everything is owned by the same, combatant commands or even the same countries. And they're all cooperating together, but they all have their own thing that they're doing. Is the machine learning element of it, the autonomous, the decision logic, could that be the bridge that helps you keep maintaining your colloquial activities, but helps us all still move faster and learn from each other? Could that be the way we, instead of trying to fight that culture, some of those cultural pieces, we can automate past them?
I would say yes. It's how do we get to that point where we can capture that data to be able to create the model? Even the example I used of the temp service request going into bot, that's a very low level way of doing it where we have to request the service versus if it was predictive maintenance, it's already there, right? We would have to have a way to capture that data into an ecosystem to be able to say, hey, you tend to request this service when this job is scheduled. I think it's one of the goals working towards that ability. The challenge, like Curtis lives daily, is how do we get there? How do we get that initial ecosystem in place? Tying together all the digital threads that exist all across the technical domain for these digital systems. That's the thing right now. We have a lot of different groups, a lot of different capabilities, all in different places with different languages, and it's getting everybody onto the same playing field and understanding terms the same way even. I'll tell you, even just from one maintenance community to another, they have the same process. They'll talk and use the same word for it. But once you actually peel back a little bit and look at how they do it down on the deck plates, it's like, oh, that's a whole lot of different right there, right? You use a logbook and you have something on the front of the work package that everybody fills out, yet everybody else over here has to go back to the main shop and it's in a binder, right? Curtis, strong person for the job you do.
That point, when you get into all these integration problems, right, you need people that understand some of the different variations with that theme, right? Application integration, which is,
Oh, there was Curtis?
Okay, I thought it was just me.
And so everyone says, why can't I just have everything work together? There's a lot of nuance to those problems, which is part of what we're trying to solve. And I'll go back to what I mentioned earlier, is some of those skill sets don't exist organically within our community. So we're trying to build them. And a lot of it is because people haven't got into trying to implement a solution and understood the problems that you naturally run into. And so they'll dive into something that may not be fit for purpose for their problem. And then you really get a lot of rework, right? In our industrial facilities, rework is kind of the worst way you can do things, but it happens in our IT community a lot. Whether that arises from a skill set imbalance or a misunderstanding of the problem, those are all things that we have to go solve.
I like this discussion because it kind of reminds me back of my old NIWIC days, where we were working on a recommender system. So basically the operation planners selected the things that they liked, and it would develop a system over time of, hey, this is what you really like. Almost like an Amazon,
like the
Amazon recommender.
Yeah.
And it just reminds me of this part right here reminds me of that a lot, and I think that's pretty interesting.
If I were on a floor and I had like an Amazon recommender for resource management, so I didn't have to figure out like what are the supplies I'm going to need to go do my job, but it knows, because now this is what I do all the time, and it's learned from the activity on the floor. And it's like, oh, you put this job in, you're going to need this, this, and this tooling on this thing, and we've queued it up for you. Be like, awesome, you just saved me how much time? And it's all here. And I can tell you that everything's here that I need, and the machine's in good shape, and I can go and do my job. Cool. Let's go to work, right? But you're right. We had to build that, right? That's not going to be a push button solution. For the people who come into this event and are eager to come in and help the Navy, if you had a question, or if you had a request to them on how they could come and help you, like what could they bring to the table, or what would you like to see, demonstrated that would be of use to get after this more quickly and more effectively? And I'd like to hear from all of you on that one.
All right, I'll jump in. The first thing is your skill sets with computer technology, innovation, being very motivated to go and explore with others the problems, and being willing, because I think for most of us in the naval maintenance community, we could say we all wear a few different hats. We have our day job, then we have our other day job, and then the job we got volunteered for, right? It's all about doing more for the national defense, for projecting peace, for ensuring that our sailors have sound platforms they go out to sea with, right? So how can we tap that motivation, that energy for the greater good? Bring that. If you're somebody who wants to make a difference in the world, and you believe that we have a way we can use technology to streamline, automate, and integrate how we do things, that'd be the biggest thing. Bringing that skill set and really looking at tackling a challenge. I think that's the big thing, the type of people we're looking for.
Okay. And Curtis, you have any additional thoughts or what you would ask for?
I'm not going to ask for anything specific from a solution set perspective, but I do want to say, I want to encourage vendors, if they don't understand a problem, that maybe we put out through an RFP in a formal acquisition or through an OTA consortium, please follow up and be relentless about that. Because if you don't understand a problem, but you don't want to come across as you don't want to come across as not understanding something, you want to just assume that we in the government have accurately articulated what we want, but it's not really clear to you, please come back and ask and pepper us with questions, because we've definitely received suboptimal proposals, but I'm sure people are they're making assumptions about what we need when we're not necessarily clear about it ourselves up front. So rather than asking for specific solutions, I'd really ask for kind of more of that feedback as we put out requests for proposals or problem statements via OTs, is really just come back and make sure you understand the problem from our perspective, because we talk in acronyms, we talk in our organic lingo, we assume people know more than they do, and when we're putting together those requests and that outreach to industry, it's not always clear to us when something isn't well stated or adequately defined. And so a lot of vendors are good with that, but I've also seen a lot of kind of really terrible proposals. And I think a lot of it comes in, if a teacher gives a test to a class and one person fails out of the class, then maybe that person didn't get it. But if everyone fails, then maybe the teacher created a terrible test. And sometimes that happens. So, really that's what I'd ask the industry to do, is just make sure when we're putting out our problem statements, you really understand it and pepper us with questions to kind of work around why that problem exists, work around the different ways that you can solve that. So that's what I'd ask.
Yeah, help us learn better on how to ask for things. And that goes for position descriptions too. Like, we're trying to get new skills in, and if you see something go out on, I don't care, USA Jobs or wherever, and you're like, what do you want me to do? Tell somebody, because we're trying to get help, get people in the system.
Yep.
Like, speak up.
I like Curtis's point, whereas you don't want to pick the solution, you want people to be creative, because if the moment you suggest something, then every RFI, RFP that comes back is going to have that language. You've already kind of constrained what you're going to get back.
So did you have anything
and make sure the solutions are fit for purpose, right? There's nothing worse than someone who has a product and says, well, my product could kind of meet your need, and maybe if I craft my language well enough, it'll come across as being exactly what I need. But our goal in the technology landscape is to deploy things that are fit for purpose, because that's generally the most efficient way to do it. So that's a good way to attack any problem.
So I want to challenge, I actually have a question from the audience, but I also want to challenge the government side here, because we had this conversation yesterday, and someone from one of the workforce centers mentioned this. We got to start being able to give distro A level types of examples and of information, because if they've never been to the shipyards, they've never walked the floor, they have no idea what that environment is. Absolutely. They can't guess, right? They don't even know the right questions to ask. If they've never sat in at 197 on the yard or somewhere like that, they don't know what's happening in the building. They don't understand that flow of what happens internally. We got to start figuring out a way how we can share with them something representative, so that they can come to the table and really, really be able to process what we're saying, because of the big differences between government and industry.
We do have industry days. They're maybe not as frequent as they do take a lot of work to prepare for, but there are industry days, and then after the history lives on after those days. But I'm not. Is that the question where you're going with?
I'm not sure that industry days give the right. We talked about representative data sets. If you want someone to try and build algorithms for you, give them something to play with to understand what you got, right? And we talked about. When you talk about workflows and processes, the question that the audience member says is, how are we on workflow documentation? And I almost wanted to laugh when I read it, because from my experience, we're not the best. And now maybe you guys really are great on the shipyard side or in the engineering side, but I've sat in the program offices and been like, what is it you do? Oh, you don't know either? So to Tim, who's listening, I would say, we could do better. These are areas we could improve in. And I think it's finding creative ways. Like we do the Hack the Machine, we do representative things here, but finding creative ways of showing them, bringing them in the enclave, as you're opening the door, say, hey, I need help. Show me the problem. You would never tell the plumber over the phone, hey, I can't wash the kitchen's broken, the dishwasher doesn't run, but you can't come in and look at it. I'm not going to take a picture. You just have to guess what's wrong with the plumbing in my house that you've never seen, and you have no idea what we do here. We wouldn't do that, right? So that's kind of what we're doing with industry, is saying, yeah, you're a plumber. It's the plumbing issue. Come fix it. Well, tell me a little more. So I think there's maybe a meet in the middle that we got to think about, challenge both sides. They need to listen more. They definitely need to come in and learn the problems. But we got to do a little bit better about opening that communication door.
Oh yeah, we have major work. I mean, right? Say a commercial company wants to go add Google Maps to their iPhone application, right? There's a great SDK that they can go use to incorporate that. There's documentation. I I don't have an SDK published for any of my applications. If you want to interface with, our material management tool or our workforce management tool or anything, those don't exist. I'd say go talk to my DBAs and my software engineers. That's a hard answer if you really want to distribute that capability out amongst the government or industry, either one of those. So we're working on that, but or longer.
Yep. So, gentlemen, I've been given the time signal. We're closing up here. One of the things I do, first of all, thank all three of you for showing up today and having this conversation. I will tell you that CNR, when we put this on, this is something that he's been passionate about every time we've ever done a Hack the Machine, is having these types of conversations, having them be available to everyone to see and engage with. Being virtual, we're kind of all done with virtual in some capacity, right? These kind of conversations are actually a lot more fun in person. But I like the fact that we're going to capture this, right? And the people who maybe missed it in the moment can come back and watch it and listen and learn. And so, we give them at Hack the Machine and these rapid innovation challenges a way to intersect. Naval X gives them a way to intersect. You guys, like you said, you have industry days. There's a lot of activity happening in the Navy that we're saying, come to us and help us out. We're trying to move rapidly to change things. And so these are just some of the people who want to see change and are advocates for it, and they speak your language. We do have people in the Navy who speak the language and who understand transformational technology and initiatives and really want to get after it. So thank you, Curtis. Thank you, Kyle. Thank you, Lieutenant Commander Oslo. I really appreciate you taking the time. And for everyone who is watching at home, thank you for taking that 45 minutes, an hour that we spent talking about this and joining us. Please know that any additional comments that come in, I will funnel back out to the group. And we're going to have other Hack the Machines. Show up.
Hi, everybody. Thank you.
Nicole.